stay on top of that. So without any further ado, our first person we're going to have lots of folks on the call, and for doing it'd be kind of hard to do introductions of everyone, but so again, we do have Colonel Hannon, the commander from Kansas City District. We have Beth Coffey, the programs director at our division office, and Colonel Himes from Kansas City, and Captain Scott from the Coast Guard are on here. They're all going to have an opportunity here in the next couple minutes to say some remarks and some of those things. So first off, I just want to thank everyone for being here, and I'll turn it over to Miss Beth Coffey for her opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Stu, for the intro. I was just recalling this morning, it was seems like a world ago that I was there last year, actually in person for this time of year in Jeff City for this meeting, and so much has happened since that meeting, just weeks later with everything getting shut down. So it's good to at least connect with everybody this way this morning, and appreciate everybody's participation and interest as we continue to work through the navigation issues with the Missouri River. I just wanted to say a couple of things. One, we definitely, this last, 6 to 8 months, I think that we have definitely got a lot of vertical alignment within the Corps of Engineers. It's not just in, Northwestern Division focused with Kansas City District and Omaha District on, what's going on within this dynamic system, that we call the Missouri River, and what's happening with the repairs that we're trying to do from the 2019 flood damages. And we understand the significance of, this river to both, regional and national commerce. And so I think it's very important to us within the region. But more importantly, as many of you know, it's important to, our folks at our headquarters office and also our assistant secretaries of Office for Civil Works. So we've had, a lot of good conversation, a lot of assistance over the last 6 to 8 months. And as many of you have seen, I think really helped us in getting the funding that we got for this year for the districts to move forward and do the necessary repairs and keep things moving forward for this year and the out years and getting to full recovery of those features. I also just want to, hit on, I met with General Spellman, as many of you know, as the Chief Engineers. He was out in the region here on the West Coast last week, and we met with him, and we talked about the Missouri River, and we talked about this, the importance of the system and making sure that we're, keeping, moving forward, keeping ourselves focused on, getting these repairs done. And so he still is very committed to this project and helping us be successful, with the necessary repairs. And I think, besides getting the money for the repairs, just the significance of getting the new start, for the study, I think it was, again, it shows the commitment that we've got within the Corps of Engineers, within the administration, within the stakeholders in Congress to be able to make some positive movements forward within the region. I also just wanted to hit on the fact that, we're going to be going through some more transitions. Colonel Hannon will be transitioning out here later this year, and we'll have an incoming commander, and hopefully we should be able to know who that is fairly soon. But I just wanted to express to this group, my commitment to work with Colonel Hannon, Colonel Himes, and their senior staff as we go through that transition, because I think that we have definitely, really improved our communication with both the navigation industry and the region over the last many years, and I want to make sure we continue to move forward with that. And so it's important to me, I will definitely make sure that I'm engaged as we move through that transition and provide, the necessary assistance and help so we can make sure we have just a smooth transition. We can keep the momentum moving forward on the repairs, but also we just keep the good communication relationship, throughout both districts and the division as we move forward into the future. The last thing I just wanted to, hit on is just, I think many of you know this, and I think Colonel Hannon and Colonel Himes will hit on it. This was, we demonstrated, I think, this last year within the Missouri River that we're looking not only at trying to bring money, to help with the issues, but also, looking at creative solutions and bringing different resources to bear, working with other districts and divisions, with ERDIC, to really look at how do we, address the problems we were seeing, how do we quickly, get out there, what are some new innovative things that we can do to make repairs. And I think that's another, credit to the team that's out there and how we're moving forward. And as we do these repairs, we are trying to address issues. We know that we have problem spots that we've had there prior to the flooding, and so as we can make those adjustments and make those repairs so that we can address those issues, the teams are looking at that as well. So again, I think there's a lot of great effort. I wish I was, I'll echo what Stu said, it'd be great to be there in person to see everybody and be able to have those, sidebar conversations and really hear from you, your viewpoints of what's happening within the basin. But you have my commitment to continue to be engaged, and as many of you know, I always like coming out to the Missouri River. That's home for me, so it's good to get back out there and see what's going on. So thank you again for this time, and I'll turn it back over to Stu.
All right, thank you very much, Beth. Does anyone have any quick questions for Beth? I don't see anything in the chat room, but okay. I want to thank Beth for those opening comments. It really has been quite, I want to really kind of hit on one thing that she said a little bit is this, it's really amazing how the top of our organization within the Corps of Engineers has heard about the Missouri River, probably more with the current set of leadership and the things going on, and certainly in my whole career. And of course, I've been on the Missouri River for almost 30 years, so lots of different things going on. And it's been really good to see. So I'm going to take a couple minutes and say a couple of things before I turn it over to Colonel Hannon. We have a slide up there that's kind of our dashboard slide that we used what we used last year to communicate some of the things that were going on. And so I just wanted to touch a little bit on a couple of things there. What really happened was it truly was an unprecedented year for us as we went through the things that went on at the end of the year. It was, I think if I recall, it was something like 30 months of straight months of us being in over the flood conditions in the river. And I recall in hearing one of the conversations that we've been having along the way that John Remus jumped in on one and said, really what we're trying to do is get the functionality back on the river. And that's really truly what we've been trying to do. And first off, last year what we ended up having to do is react. We were truly reacting to some of the situations that were out there as the water dropped off in July there, and the things that we ended up having to do to try to keep the areas of concern open. And so I do think that one of the biggest things also that happened during that time frame was one of the things that Beth touched on was that communication. I think that it was quite amazing how we pulled together, and some of the communications we did this format. We had WebEx meetings, and we had different things that we had, and people really did join in and give us feedback, and we were trying very hard to get the best information out to folks. And from where I sit, as a chief of ops, it seems like most of that communication worked extremely well. So what's shown on here is some of the things that we did do. We had the hydrodynamic dredge that we brought in from ERDIC, and we did try that, and that was put onto our pieces of equipment. So we brought it in and made an attempt with that, and did some good work down in the 91, 92 range, and used it to try to move some of the sediments that was there. Whether or not, I know that potentially is available to us this year, but we're kind of evaluating that. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. So that was one thing. Another one was we did bring the Rock Island crew in, and many of you knew and saw them working in the area down around 91, 92. And so we did have them working here too. We had the Omaha district came in and helped us. So we had two floating plants, contractors working at the same time. So we had upwards of 5 different floating plants working at the same time out on the river last year, which really did about the most resources that certainly I've ever seen on the river at one time in an effort to try to keep the river open. And so you can see listed there, we did do around 300,000 tons of rock were placed and 185 riverbed surveys. Another thing we did do at the Rock Island was brought in their crews to help us survey, and many of you might have seen them out there doing surveys. One of the things that another benefit of some of of bringing folks in and having them help us is we learned from them. And so there's things that we learned from their surveys and how they did surveys. I think we've improved our ability to do surveys from some of the things that we learned from them. And so lots of things going on. And so you see the area of concern there. We show the 21. We've kind of, and Colonel Hannon will talk just in a minute about some of the things we've seen and how we move forward. But, we were trying our best to deal with those areas of concern. We were listening to navigation industry where they were having problems. And so we identified those, and we did do a tremendous amount of work out in most of those areas. And I think the next slide, if we go to the next slide, we kind of have a new chart we're trying to show. We've kind of come up with the efforts that have gone on here over the winter. We've come up with really about 26, 27 different areas of concern. And what you can see on this map is kind of areas of concern that are listed in green are industry areas of concern. And so another thing is with the technology and the things that we've done here that, again, Colonel Hannon will touch on in just a moment. We've identified 16 sites that we can see would potentially be areas of concern that would fit our highest concern areas. And so now we have about, like I said, 26, 27 areas that we're really we're going to focus on and trying to make sure that the bottom line is trying to keep the river open and providing a 9-foot channel for ability for folks to be able to navigate on the river. So I just wanted to touch on those few things and just say thanks to everyone. The communications piece, we are certainly trying very hard to keep that open. I know Jay has been continuing to try to have calls with several of you, even during the winter time here. And so communications, just want to keep that open every chance we get. Anybody has a question about communications and wants to give any feedback, we're certainly open for that at any time. And give me a call if there's something that you would see would be a better way to do that. So I want to thank everyone. Lots of effort, lots of good work went on, lots of positive things. Even though we had such a catastrophic situation going on, I do think there was a lot of positive that came out of some of the actions that went on. So I want to thank everybody that's on the phone for participating in that. And I will turn it over to Colonel Hannon for his comments.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's great to
Oh, I lost. Oh, now can you hear? Oh,
there we go.
We can hear you now.
Sorry about that. Hey, good to see everybody. It's great to be here. I just wanted to start out with taking us back in time a little bit. And 1804 and 1805, Lewis and Clark started their journey, out west. We are the Lewis and Clark Division, and 2 Army officers. A few short years later, the steamboat Independence made the first steamboat journey on the Missouri. That really started navigation on this river. Just a few short years after that, steamboats were a common practice and navigation was a common practice in the 1830s. The nation, seeing the importance of navigation in 1907, stood up the Kansas City District with its main focus, navigation, taking snags out of the river, helping keep navigators safe on the river. So our district's history started right there in 1907 with that purpose. 1912, a 6-foot channel was authorized, And eventually we got to the Rivers and Harbors Act of 1945, which authorized the 9-foot by 300-foot channel that we have today. You know, after that authorization, it took almost 40 years to complete this project, but it is an engineering marvel that, you know, in the Corps of Engineers, extremely proud of, and we want to make it work. And this is a value to the nation, and it's very important to us. So I just wanted to start with that because as I look back in this job, there's a lot of great history that's come through this river, and over time, just the importance it's shown to this nation. The other things I want to hit on are just partnership, some initiatives in the future. On the partnership, I just want to echo what everybody else said. That's how we are getting things done on this river, is coming together. We have to listen to industry. That feedback is so important because then we can take our engineering and hydraulic engineering skills, take what folks are seeing as they actually move on the river, and come up with the best way to either fix areas, or what I want to get to with this money and the NAV study is how can we proactively make it better before we have issues that take out the 9-foot channel. We've got to be able to fix those areas before they actually show up. So I just appreciate the partnership. That is what is key, I think, to making things happen on this river, and I really do appreciate everybody's feedback. That's how we got things done and got to where we are today. You can see on the slide here, those are the big numbers. Both districts will cover it. We got $20 million in Kansas City of the supplemental that we still have that available to use on 1 April, some of that money. And then the work plan funding, you can see the numbers there. Kansas City District, we have $42 million of the O&M, and then we got $14 million for fixing the habitat features. And Colonel Himes will kind of cover the NWO area. So starting with our plan on 1 April, we have stood up a NAV restoration team, added 2 project managers to this team that are really working these acquisition strategies. We're trying to be as efficient as possible to use last year's contracts to be able to respond on 1 April, and this new larger contract, which we're moving quickly on, but we don't want to move so quick where we lose money and ability to put rock in the river, so we're finding that sweet spot to have coverage. So the bottom line, on 1 April, we're going to have our USACE crews, and including hopefully some from a couple other districts that we think we'll get support from, and we'll have our contract crews that we had last year. Actually, 3 will be in the river starting out here in the beginning as we work. And then we'll get the big contract in place a few months down the road where we'll bring in a lot more capacity to start making things happen. So that's a quick snapshot of our plan. Now, initiatives, I'm really proud of this team. We've been under almost 3 years of high water. Our river engineering team has done an amazing job. It's almost unprecedented. They went out and surveyed all 5,000 structures. They created a public-facing GIS tool that anybody can go in and just look at the status of the structures in a certain area of the river and how deficient they are. So, they've done phenomenal work. They then took that data and analysis and did their own assessment. And yesterday we had the chance to share some of that with some of our folks who drive, navigate on the river to try and come together on what they see and what we see, and we came up with that thing that Stu showed you. So, our areas of concern are areas that we're trying to predict that might fail in the future, and then obviously the industry ones are a lot of the ones we agree with that we've seen fail already that we need to get fixed. So they've done a phenomenal team and developed a great tool. We've continued reaching out. I have personally reached out to every commander in USACE that is on an inland waterway, and we are sharing resources as best we can and techniques and procedures to get better. So we've got kind of the USACE Inland River team working together. A couple examples of that is we're reaching out to ERDIC and St. Louis District, and they're assisting us with a dredging technical report that will help us figure out the best way to dredge on the Missouri. Another example is we're working with St. Louis District on their channel recon methods. We're gonna pilot that in some areas of the Missouri River this year to see if that makes us more efficient and better. We're also working with ERDIC on a photogrammetry QA tool where we take a picture of a barge of rock and we can figure out if it's meeting our specifications. So we can quickly analyze, because we're going to have a lot of rock moving, on the river this season. Our team and our geologists have been out to the quarries. We've done a full quarry analysis of all 500 miles to come up with where are we going to source the rock, and is there rock available in all these areas. So the team's done great there. And finally, I'll just finish with, we haven't let the low water stop us. We've started some land-based repairs in some areas of the river where we can meet it. So we're really using every method possible, looking at every initiative we can to really get better here on the river. So future. So that's kind of the initiatives and where we're going. The future, the NAV study. I think it took all of us coming together to show the importance of this. This is the right time for that. So how we're organized. So within the division, Kansas City District being the lead for the flood control and the navigation, we have one program manager, John Grotehouse. Most of you know him. He's an amazing individual. He is going to sync all efforts and be the integrator of all Missouri River studies, navigation, flood control, including the PAS. So that's a good news story. He'll work with the Omaha and Kansas City teams, with the national level teams, and come up and make sure we're using the best available resources to come up with good flood protection and good navigation, and all the ways they connect within those two areas to make sure we've got the best outlook for the future of the Missouri River. So very excited about that too. So those are just kind of the three things I wanted to hit, kind of the strength of our partnerships, some of the initiatives we have, and then the future of the river. So I really appreciate seeing everybody today, and I look forward to a good meeting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. And next on the agenda is Colonel Himes from the Omaha District.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I just do a quick audio check. Want to make sure. Can I get a thumbs up? Everybody can hear me? All right, great. Hey, so good morning, everyone. Colonel Mark Himes here, the Omaha District Commander, and it's certainly a pleasure to be here with you all this morning. So it was mentioned that Colonel Bill Hannon will be transitioning out here later this summer, and myself coming in, just assuming command this past summer. So, as it was mentioned, I think it's important that we continue to maintain that continuity and that focus on these important navigation issues. So I'm happy to be here with the team. I do want to introduce two folks, and I'm not going to put them on the spot to ask them to say anything right now, but just for everybody's awareness, so the new operations, Chief of Operations in the Omaha District, Ms. Sheila Newman, has joined our team. Sheila's been on the team for about 4 months now. A great start. She's off and running and fully integrated, and just a tremendous asset to the district and certainly to the region. So introducing Sheila Newman. And the second one is Dave Subject. So Dave is the chief of our Missouri River Project Office. And when we talk about direct responsibility for BSMP and navigation, that's certainly one of Dave's primary roles on a daily basis. And you'll get an opportunity to hear from Dave a little bit later on this afternoon. So what I want to do is just fairly quickly touch on three things this morning as far as my opening comments. Number one, it's no secret, everybody's aware, so the system certainly has experienced unprecedented damage. When we look at the high flows, the persistent flows over the last couple of years, several hundred river structures were critically damaged. We talk about estimates, total estimate of damages in excess of 1.7 million tons of riprap, and I'm just talking about specifically in the Omaha AOR. That's more than 3 times the total damage that was sustained in the devastating 2011 flood. So, pretty unprecedented and certainly significant damage and necessity for repairs that are out there. We're very fortunate in the region between Kansas City District and Omaha District. Specifically with Omaha, we received an additional $24.7 million last year and an additional $17.4 million this year. And we're able to obligate that money to those repairs and to get after the necessary work that needs to be done out on the river to maintain the reliability of the navigation channel. Certainly doesn't go without challenges. I think everybody's aware, availability of rock continues to be a challenge for us, particularly in the upper part of the navigation channel. Identifying those good sources of quality rock is a limitation. It certainly limits our ability of repairs that we can do in a particular navigation season. And because of that, it certainly extends out over multiple navigation seasons our ability to get after total repairs and fully restore the channel back to where it was in pre-flood. The district is certainly committed to those repairs, and we look forward to continue to work that with our industry partners. I know Dave Subject's going to talk in a little bit more detail this afternoon specifically about those repair efforts and how we look to get after that. I will just note quickly that there remains about $86 million in unfunded efforts to get after fully restoring the channel to pre-flood stages. The second thing that I want to highlight is we recognize the importance, and it was mentioned earlier with Ms. Coffey's comments, the importance of the regional and national commerce. We've seen that specifically in the Omaha region recently with considerable investments into the navigation community, the resurgence of activity in docks in Omaha, as well as activity in Blair and Nebraska City. We've also seen that as part of our Section 408 process, where the district was able to provide channel information and technical reviews that supported the new cooperative port up in Blanco, Iowa. As that port comes online, it'll accommodate considerable shipments, both inbound and outbound. And I think what we'll see is a considerable increase in traffic and the importance of the navigation along the river there. So we're excited to be part of that, and certainly happy and glad to see that resurgence of activity. And that kind of takes me to my third and final point. It's just the commitment. It's the district commitment, it's the regional commitment to those stakeholders, to the contractors, to the navigators, the Coast Guard, certainly amongst ourselves inside of the Corps of Engineers. We were able to quickly get after some of the critical repairs early on after the flood in 2019. We're certainly committed to maintaining a level of reliability in the channel and on the river. We've had our staff out there, and our staff will continue to be out there with our in-house fleet, maintaining good contact, good communication with the navigators and with the industry. Bill mentioned some of the tools that are available, and I certainly, any feedback that you all can provide us on that, how we can better communicate is we're interested in hearing that. And then I'll just give one example just to kind of demonstrate that commitment that us in Kansas City and the region have is, as we were working those critical repairs, identified down in the Kansas City region, good communication between the districts. We sent some of our in-house crews down there to support Kansas City to get after those most critical repairs that needed to be tackled. And we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to work together amongst ourselves internally, obviously continue to work with the community, with the industry, make sure we're touching on the most important, the most critical repairs and working through that prioritization and continuing to coordinate on those repair efforts. And then I'll just say in closing, just, thanks for the support from everybody. Thanks for what I think has been good communication, and certainly as we look forward, continuing that good communication, and I think what is a strong partnership across the industry. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions for either commander? Quick, I don't see anything on the chat box, so if you are wanting to ask questions, I'll continue to ask you to use the chat box if, in fact, you have something. So, next on the agenda is the Coast Guard, and I will, so again, as we partner with the Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers and the navigation industry, the Coast Guard is one of the key players in all of this, and so I want to turn it over to Captain Scott and his team for a briefing. Theirs will be a kind of an intro and a briefing on the status of some of the things that they have going on. So I will turn it over to Captain Scott.
All right. Great, and thanks, Justin. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? All right, great. Okay. So I'm gonna start off by sounding very unoriginal. Everybody so far as they've made kickoff remarks, I think have highlighted the exact same three things that I want to lead with, and it's communications, it's cooperation, and it's a thank you. Last year was a heck of a year. I don't need to say that either. I think everybody experienced it. Really the culmination of three pretty tough years, but last year was especially tough. As we head into the 2021 navigation season, the Coast Guard, my team here feels more engaged, more encouraged, and more prepared than in recent years, and I attribute that to a lot of things. I think that's a lot of off-season work that my team engaged in, but with the Army Corps and with industry. Last year we all acknowledged that our communications needed to be better all the way around, and the Coast Guard certainly had culpability in that as well. And in the recent months, I think we've done a lot to really bridge some of those gaps, both with better formulating the relationships, but also improving the system of communication that we're feeling a lot better about as we move into the year. I'm also encouraged, and kudos to the Army Corps for presentations are going to talk about it later today, but for really kind of procuring an incredible budget relative to years past in order to really get after some of the historic flood damage sustained in recent years, but especially 2019 and early 2020. Also acknowledge though that with no disrespect to the Army Corps, I can't imagine that was totally done on their own behalf. I think that probably is also a function of industry advocating for itself and standing up and getting the attention of legislators both locally and across the national level to invest in what's right along the Missouri River. So those are really the reasons that we feel encouraged that this year we have an opportunity to really not sustain what we have, but collectively kind of move the ball downfield a little bit. Justin, I'll ask you to push to the next slide, please. So in attendance today, these are five of the more key folks that we've got in the office, but we've got about 5 or 6 additional folks. But myself, Deputy Chris Barger, is a pretty familiar name to most, if not everybody on board. He fleeted up from the Waterways Division Chief position last year, which I think for this group is a win. He brings with him a lot of experience into a more leadership role that offers just again a greater opportunity to broadcast what's important and why we need support on the Missouri. Stephanie Moore, you all know her now, but got in last summer, and both the Master Chiefs, Master Chief Mike Love and Sean Wunsch, who will both be speaking as well a little bit here today. History on the river, unfortunately, both transferring this summer, and we'll speak to that a little bit as well. Next slide, please. So this is fairly small. I'm not going to take a deep dive on everybody, but a few folks I will call out. Whether you've had engagements with these folks, but they're the ones who are going to be the more influential players in supporting Missouri River navigation operations. But Dan Every, new prevention chief, came on board last summer, but is a repeat offender to Sector UMR. He was our chief investigator earlier in the decade. And so coming back with a little shallower learning curve than most might have. I've already spoken about Mrs. Moore, who is going to also present a little bit of this presentation as well. The other folks to the right, you see kind of going down, Chief Dibley and Petty Officer Mayer are really heavily engaged in a lot of the mechanics that you see on the river. Chief Dibley is the shop supervisor, and Petty Officer Mayer is the Missouri River liaison, and Steph is going to talk about that newly kind of created role and position. But the B&Ms, the regular engagement, generally will go through those two individuals. Cody, fortunately and unfortunately, has promoted himself out of his position. He's going to be leaving us this summer, but Chief is going to provide the continuity and get his replacement up to speed. Bosun Quisted, who's seated to the left of me this morning, he's our ATON officer and has done I think a pretty remarkable job of understanding industry's needs, communicating those down to the cutters and vice versa. Eric also retires this summer. He hits 30 years of military service, and that turns him into a mandatory pumpkin. But he's got a replacement coming on board who has got extensive waterways experience, and I believe is going to continue to be a good advocate. And then both the Master Chiefs, again, they also are tour complete this summer, also are being replaced by prior officers in charge on this class of cutter who do have experience on the Western Rivers. So not the Missouri, but have experience on the Western Rivers. So learning curve for both, not as steep as what we would normally incur in a transfer season. So next slide. Okay, so as we get into kind of the guts of the brief, a couple of areas, AOR overview and marine casualty trends. I don't plan to spend a whole lot of time there. The audience today is folks who understand this AOR fairly well. A lot of waterways and waterways management experience. So the trends are a little self-explanatory. I'll cover those quickly. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about the buoy tender recap. Really, that's just an update, a little bit of an education that I think might be of some value, especially to some of our advocacy. Lynn, for instance, with AWO. We're going to talk about some project updates. Ms. Moore is going to talk about updates to the Waterways Action Plan, and toward the end, I feel like the bulk of discussion, hopefully we get some questions and the opportunity to talk about ways forward, both in challenges and solutions, as well as our current and future initiatives. I think we've got some opportunities, but we'll seek your advisement and your criticisms on how we can move forward as smartly as possible. Next slide, please. Again, quickly. Regional area of responsibility. Not going to take a deep dive. The kind of the data is there. 2,200 miles of waterway, almost a third exactly of that on the Missouri River. Obviously feeding into the upper Mississippi River with the locks, dam, bridges. So just just a quick snapshot of the things that consume our time and where we have our ability to allocate effort and resources. Next slide. And Justin, if you do see any questions come in, please, take the mic and if it's prudent to do that, we'll stop as we find ourselves. Marine casualty trends. I'm not going to take much of a dive here. Groundings and elisions tend to be, for reasons that everybody understands, that tends to be what gets us for fairly obvious reasons. 2020, incidentally, we had a little bit more water under the keel, but at the same time, water moves at a faster rate, so we've got some complications. And I say water under the keel, I really mean across the entire system. And as we jump to the next slide now, we'll talk about the Missouri River specifically a little bit. So what you see here, 5-year average. We talk about 2020 specifically. Little bit more groundings, kind of historical norm for elisions. A little bit more than 5-year average for groundings, but 3 to 5 doesn't, to me, seem to be anything of great significance. One of the things I note is that the underway hours obviously was down, so kind of maybe there's a groundings per transit or groundings per hour metric that may stand out a little bit, but I think is also perfectly explained by just the dynamics on the river, the amount of shoaling that industry had to get through, and I feel like that this is a good opportunity, though. I think it's a rightly placed slide to share my appreciation for industry. Toward the tail end of the season, had an offline discussion with Steve Engemann, and that I really appreciated. It gave me some of the insight. You grow into this role on the Western Rivers. You don't learn the river system until you operate on it, and I feel like after you operate on the river system, then you get to learn some of the nuances on the Missouri River. So well timed, and as Steve shared with me, just from a navigator's perspective, from a captain's perspective, just how tough it is to really to make a profitable living on the Missouri River. That understanding was very, very valuable to me. Sometimes when you start off with whatever it might be, a tow of 6 or 8, and have to scale down, to 1s and 2s, to simply to navigate prudently and safely, and and the reliance on one another, on the main stem upper, there's generally help is miles or minutes, an hour or so away, whereas on the Missouri, some real advanced planning has to go into voyage planning and safely getting up and down the river. So understanding all of that, these numbers could have been historically quite a bit higher. They could have been higher last year, and they weren't. And I think that's a function of professional navigators. So, Steve, to you and to the folks that you represent, I want to say thank you. Next slide, please. Buoy tender recap project. There's not a significant change to what I had briefed last year, other than the certainty that it is moving forward. Last year, when I was talking with you, I might have had my fingers crossed behind my back just a little bit, but this year we're seeing the Coast Guard engineering system get funding. We're seeing studies start to take shape. We're seeing Coast Guard engineering leadership reach out to my officers in charge to help them understand really what the needs are, what the future of buoy tending on the Western Rivers looks like. So you see some of these anticipated schedules. I think that what is relevant for the Western Rivers, for my section, especially for the Missouri River, is we're going to talk about the Gaskin Age rehome porting. That's not a surprise to anybody, but that kind of is a bit of a bridging strategy. I'm being told with full assurance that the first WCC on the inland rivers will be home ported in St. Louis, and that will be Mick Scott's crystal ball 2025 or 2026, give or take. If additional money comes, if additional pressures are added, maybe there's a world where that slides to the left for a year, by a year. I don't see it sliding to the right. The reason the first one is going to be in St. Louis is because it's going to be a hub. We're going to have 2 cutters home ported, and it's where the best existing Coast Guard engineering support is. So the Coast Guard is going to learn the WCC kind of as we're flying it, kind of that proverbial at 30,000 feet. And I do believe that the Missouri River is going to benefit from that. If nothing more, certainly industry, certainly Army Corps understands the reliability issues that we've had from our legacy WLR fleet that is approaching 60 years in age. We're not going to have those reliability issues once we have the WCCs in the region. In addition to the fact that it's going to be a somewhat more capable cutter with the ability to do more with the same amount of effort. So unless there's questions, let's go next slide, Justin. Okay, and I'm gonna push these next 2 slides to the experts, and Master Chief Love, if you can hear me, if you want to talk about Cheyenne.
Sure, Captain. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Colonel, Captain, I'll just give you a quick overview of the Cheyenne and what we did last year, a little bit of what we did last year, and what's coming in the near future. Of course, most everybody on here knows Cheyenne. We're stationed out of St. Louis. We're currently responsible for the Missouri River. From the confluence of the upper all the way up to Glasgow. And then we also work the upper Mississippi between Chester and Alton. Then we work the Kaskaskia up to mile 28 as well. So we typically, one of our challenges is splitting our time between the upper and the Missouri. This last year, we got started actually working more of the upper. We were working Coast Guard Cutter Scioto's AOR up to Keokuk for the first part of the year in calendar year 20. So we were doing their breakouts and putting all their buoys in after the winter last year. So that took a considerable amount of our time. We ended up getting up the Missouri in June, and then pretty much every other month during flow support. We had a lot of the same challenges that everybody else operating up there did with the shoaling. We had a heck of a time trying to find a channel, for much of the year, especially later in the year. And then in a lot of those situations, we ended up pulling our buoys out and just leaving it to the AIS Aton in there. That way, the buoys, as fast as the channel was shifting, our buoys were quickly becoming unreliable or unuseful. So in those situations, we just pulled them out. We ended up last year operating at our full program hours, about just under 1,400, which is what we're funded for, and about 60% of that time was spent on the Missouri. So we gave it a good go. I know that there was still concerns with the buoys and the shore aids. We got up there as much as we could, and we'll continue to do so. As far as the coming year, I know Captain mentioned that I'll be departing. I'm leaving here in July, and then the cutter is actually going to dry dock right after I leave. I've spoke with Master Chief Wunsch on the Gasconade, and it looks like there's not going to be any break in service. So the Cheyenne will cover up to Kansas City while the Gasconade's down in dry dock, and then they'll do the same once we return. So there shouldn't be any break in the service from what from at least for now forecasted. That's about all I have. If anybody has any questions or concerns, I'm happy to answer them best I can.
And well, first off, thank you, Master Chief and Justin. If there are none, we can push slide and introduce Master Chief Sean Wunsch. Thank you.
Good morning, Captain, Colonel, everyone. Gasconade's currently responsible for the Missouri River from Glasgow at 2:26 up to Sioux City at 7:32. Calendar year 2020 was another challenging year for us. We continued to be plagued by engineering casualties during the first half of the season, along with the significant shoaling along the river that created challenges for trying to mark the channel. We had a lot of problems with rudder seals, reduction gears, ships, generators, cranes, barge air compressors, all of which either prevented us from getting underway or necessitated an early return to home port to make repairs. In spite of all the setbacks, we were still able to make numerous small boat trips to work shore aids while the ship was down and being repaired. Once the ship was up, we got to do a couple training runs, and we made a few south runs with the ship. We had a large personnel transfer turnover last year, which required significant additional training this summer. This is expected to continue this coming year with another high turnover rate. We ended up maintaining approximately 95 to 100 buoys from Kansas City down to Glasgow for the last half of the season. We ended up working a total of 210 of our 371 shore aids. Of that 210, 90 of those were discrepancies that required full tower rebuilds. The remaining were mostly routine service, a lot of brushing, a few spun boards, missing boards, things that just needed to be corrected as we found them. We expended just over 900 hours underway on the river last year. Moving forward into this year, we're looking to conduct our opening run the first 2 weeks of April. After that, we plan to transit to our dry dock in Memphis around the last week of April. Our dry dock is scheduled from May 10th to July 20th. Master Chief Cameron Morgan, he's he'll be coming to take command of Gasconade on July 1st. And following dry dock, he'll be bringing Gasconade back to St. Louis, which will be her new home port moving forward. The home port shift should greatly improve Gasconade's ability to provide service on the Missouri River moving forward. Thank you for your time and standing by for any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Master Chief.
We have a question in the chat box that says, will you still place buoys at the old bridge pier at Leavenworth?
I could probably answer that. I can't speak for Master Chief Morgan, but we plan to keep our moorings in Leavenworth. It's a good restocking point. The pier is in great shape, so it's a great reload point, and it's right there. We drive past it, so I would see no reason to stop marking that. It's one of the things as far as my pass down with Master Chief Morgan, to let him know that that's a good spot to drop a red there, because that thing can be a little bit of a hazard as we enter low water.
Thank you.
Okay, if nothing more, Justin, again, thanks, Master Chief, and we can go next slide, please. Okay, here we find a slide with a lot of text. Won't read it specifically. I kind of self-title it "Challenge Presents Opportunity." This is a little narrative of what we experienced collectively last year. The significant shoaling, but out of that, that's really where the communications really started to build, and I think we went through a lot of the normal teamwork stuff there, where we challenged one another, and it wasn't always pleasant in the very beginning, but we got to a place where the team sees this the same way and are working together. Toward the end, well, first off, I note that we talk about minor impacts to commerce, and that word is really only minor. It should have been major had industry not self-regulated itself to the point where Coast Guard and Army Corps didn't do a whole lot more. But the bottom two bullets show where we've changed kind of our business line. We're going to talk more about it later, but we had the opportunity to really, out of necessity more than anything, start employing virtual ATON on the Missouri River. And we'll certainly look for feedback, in this forum, a little later, but see that as an opportunity to move forward. And the idea of issuing B&Ms in 40 different areas, that's without precedent and would not have occurred, again, without collaboration. So nothing more there, I think, other than just to kind of speak to what together we accomplished and what we see as an opportunity moving forward. So next slide, please. And here, just a little bit of an illustration. The Master Chief spoke to it. You all know that we are constrained by the number of buoy tenders that we have, river tenders, and their reliability. Fairly unprecedented to see the Cheyenne spend that much of its time underway in support of the Missouri River. Last year, it needed it. The UMR did not in the same way, so happy to provide the service. I'm not sure that level of commitment to the Missouri River is sustainable. That's hopefully a whole lot less of a threat, moving forward, and a whole lot more of just a reality, as we kind of manage the need across the river system. I will tell you, because the Master Chief certainly wouldn't say this of himself, but Coast Guard Cutter Cheyenne was awarded the Coast Guard's Cutter of the Year for the year 2020, and much of that is a function of support on the Missouri River. So, perspective is a pretty incredible thing. We could have used 5 Cheyennes and Gasconades on the river, all with as much hours, and still probably wouldn't have got all the work done. But most underway hours of any cutter in his class, and most underway hours of any cutter across the 8th District. And again, 60% of that was in support of the Missouri River, and I think quite worthwhile. Could have, maybe would have been higher had it not been for some COVID spikes that we had, that we've had on all of our cutters. But I think we're managing that, and I'm optimistic that not mission-capable designations due to COVID are more of a thing that we see in the rear view as opposed to see, out the windshield. I think we're ahead of that largely, and obviously some of the mechanical concerns, limited us as well, but reached near its ceiling hours. And as we move into this navigation system or navigation season, both cutters, Cheyenne and Gasconade, do have dry docks, but both are going to be entering the season. We're optimistic and in pretty good shape, engineering and mechanics-wise. So next slide, and I'm going to push this one to Ms. Moore to talk about WAP updates. Steph.
Good morning, everyone. We have posted the update to the Waterways Action Plan to our Homeport site. I think we pushed that out to both industry and Army Corps ahead of that, but that's our catch-all for the upper Mississippi River, for the sector upper Mississippi River. So you'll find it in the files there, along with port statuses, but that's where it's located. I just want to thank you all for kind of showing me how things are supposed to work on the river. When I got here, I'm knocking on wood, but it was pretty quiet at the beginning of the tour, and working with all of you through the shoaling in the late summer and fall really helped me understand how this relationship is supposed to function, and I really appreciate that. And we tried to take everything you were giving us to incorporate that into the Waterways Action Plan for you all. So you'll note when you see it that it's a lot about communications. So we took everything that we had from both Army Corps and industry to make the tables for the contact lists a little more user-friendly. You'll note they've all been updated with who's currently filling the positions, and we added people's email addresses. We find that that's how we're communicating a lot more over the last year, so we went ahead and added those features in. We didn't get any feedback about content change, which is good. That means the plan is working, and I know there was a major overhaul on it the year prior. But if you see things that need work, please let us know, and we can update it as needed. The other thing I wanted to highlight, it seems that the forecast is going to be pretty mild. However, it's a good time before things heat up to go ahead and look at those action tables for high water and just to remind ourselves of what our actions are for the Coast Guard, for the Corps, and for industry. So now would be a great time to do that, and Homeport, again, is where it's located. But thank you all for giving the input, because that really does drive change, and that's how we created this river liaison position as well for Cody to fill, to give you guys that continuity, because on the weekly calls, sometimes you were hearing a different voice every time. So now you've got one voice, in addition to mine and Chief's, to talk to about Missouri River-specific issues. I think that's all I have. I do want to go back and look at the areas of concern that the Corps has against our areas that we want to deem critical, because we've talked about that a lot last year too, where the critical areas are for buoys. So I think I'm going to do a little bit more work on that to make sure we're set up for success this year. But that's all I have. But again, thank you all for really showing me the ropes over the last year.
Okay, thanks, Steph. And if no questions, Justin, we'll go next slide. Okay. All right. So these are the last two before we push to the bridge branch for an update. Here's I think the best opportunity for questions, concerns, criticisms. To really maybe expand some dialogue or ask for your feedback. Challenges and solutions, I don't need to speak to the challenges. You all are well aware of those, and they're kind of intuitive. The solutions that we see is to seek to expand the EATON capability. To me, the Missouri River is a great application for virtual ATON application, and it seems like the feedback is generally favorable. Especially in higher water scenarios, my river tenders can set a buoy, and hours or days later it's off station for any number of reasons. But generally because of the fact that the river simply shifts around, and as it self scours itself, the bottom contour is moving on us. Would love to understand, and this is a really nimble industry. It's not a mega system either, so we have the opportunity to, I feel like within ourselves, really kind of work out the kinks for EATON that can be used really industry wide. So I'll say now I appreciate the continued cooperation and participation as we kind of expand the EATON footprint, because it's going to happen. So we just have to figure out how do we want to do it, as smartly and as practical as possible. The WLR recap efforts, we've already spoken to that. As we talk about cross-training personnel, that really is within the staff here, and Steph has spoken to that, how we've kind of set folks up to be points of contact and to help along different kind of different work lines, but also something that we've always done on the cutters, but COVID taught us to do better and more than we ever had to before, was to cross-train personnel. We have not really so much within my sector, but across the Coast Guard, industries have asked us, hey, if you've got a COVID outbreak on board one cutter, why don't you move another crew to support that cutter? And what I'm going to say is that that's extraordinarily challenging. That presents a lot of very, very real challenges that include money, it includes travel, it includes authorities, it includes a lot of things that are very, very hard hurdles for us. let alone, at least in this environment, the opportunity to spread COVID now across platforms. That being said, what we have realized is that we need to use each other's platforms as an opportunity to qualify our members as quickly as we can, especially between Gasconade and Cheyenne. The Missouri River is unique, so the opportunity to get somebody BUDEC certified, on one cutter, we can do that more quickly when we've got a member or two, jump and ship to get up to speed faster. It makes us more efficient. It makes us more proficient, and industry stands to benefit from that. So that's a solution, and this using creative virtual solutions. Heck, we're doing it right now, right? We'd love to be together. We're not, but we're still getting the message across. So those are kind of the things. Any feedback or any questions on this slide before we jump to the last one, which is our initiatives. And if hearing nothing, Justin, we'll bounce to that one. Okay. So the report, rehome port of the Gasconade, again, pretty well advertised over the last year to year and a half. The difference between last year and this year is that it is official, it is funded, congressional notifications have occurred, we have a timeline, and kind of the rest is just in the details of the muscle movements that'll make it happen. We are in the process of identifying new cutter AOR boundaries to better serve the rivers, and that's across the AOR. I don't think there's a whole lot of application for the Missouri River. Really, you've got the Cheyenne and the Gasconade, both that are going to be home ported in St. Louis. And what that does is exactly as advertised last year. It gives us operational flexibility. It gives us a little bit of efficiencies in order to be able to serve the Missouri River, especially Kansas City South, where we've got 90+%, traditionally 90+% of industry. Mechanized brushing equipment. I'm going to hopefully not jinx this. I'm going to declare victory. You've probably heard me talk about this green climber thing over the last 2 or 3 years. We are now we have funding to move forward and to procure that. And our best guess is that May or June timeframe we will have this green climber. It's essentially a robotic chainsaw, kind of, if you will, that really kind of gobbles up, that gobbles up the growth around our fixed aids, orders of magnitude faster than, young men in chainsaws. It reduces the risk of the snake bites, the poison ivy, the other things that routinely turn into urgent care and ER visits that slows us down as well. So that's going to be for nearly exclusive use on the Missouri River. Just the dynamics on the Missouri, make the need greater there. So I feel like we're going to get ahead and be able to more reliably, provide visibility of day boards and fixed shore aids. This consolidation of the sector upper Mississippi and lower Mississippi River command centers, not a lot of impact, probably no impact. Just we're growing our command center by absorbing what was in Memphis. It does give us a fourth watchstander position, so a little bit of increased what we call maritime domain awareness, a little bit more opportunity to responsively respond to issues as they come, simply because we've got more bandwidth on a 24/7 watch. But that's going to kick off. That is actually it's a phased-in approach that's already started, and will be fully operationally capable by about June 1st. I've spoken about AIS ATON, ad nauseum. It's an opportunity. My thanks in advance, for the continued support there. Again, I feel like this is an environment. This is a group of human beings that really have the opportunity to get it right, along the Missouri River, and to use some of those lessons learned, outward across the industry. Communications speak for themselves. We've also we're going to be establishing Station St. Louis later this summer. I won't go into a real deep dive because there's a little bit of a limited application, but we previously had 3 boathouses in this Captain of the Port Zone, one in Quad Cities, one in Peoria, and one in St. Louis. Those 2 boathouses are giving way to a centralized station in St. Louis that gives us a little bit more of a multi-mission capability. It will give us the opportunity to be more of a player in the search and rescue system, but that's not going to extend its way all the way up the Missouri River. But it certainly will, kind of toward the southern end, and just gives us another opportunity to do right by navigators and by citizens on the Missouri River. So. That really is the extent of my brief. I'm happy to take any questions now. Otherwise, I will push to the Bridge Branch for their update, and happy to take any questions at the end. So, with that said, I'm kind of out, in terms of what I'm offering, and appreciate again just the participation as we move forward into the navigation season. And want to remain available to any of y'all as needed, either directly or through the staff as appropriate. So thank you.
Yeah, Captain Scott, this is Richard Grenville with Port KC. I may have missed it, but what is the timeline on the vessel replacement, on your cutter replacement?
Yes, sir. So it's looking about 2025-ish. I would say give or take a year. The idea is that the Coast Guard is going to have its first WCCs operational in 2025, with the entire class established by about 2030. The first one, though, will be home ported in St. Louis and will be servicing the Missouri River. So 4 to 5 years from now.
Any other questions for Captain Scott? Is the bridge group going to speak? Yep, okay.
This is Captain Scott. Do we have a member of Bridge Branch on the line? Okay. It doesn't appear that we do. I'm not going to fake it. I've got some notes that I'm going to simply read. It's going to take about a minute to read these, and happy to take questions, but want to acknowledge up front that there's a real good chance I'm going to have to table them and do some research and get back to you. So, but I'm going to read what I've got here. It says we're all still awaiting some specifics regarding Broadway Bridge's replacement, upcoming permit issuance, and associated construction. The other upcoming Missouri River project of significance would be the eventual replacement of the Rocheport Bridge. That permit issuance is probably a couple of years out, and therefore the demolition of the old bridge would probably be sometimes afterwards. Educated guess is 2026 timeframe. And additional info is regarding the I-480 bridge at mile 615.9. Nebraska DOT is replacing all the navigation lights on the bridge during work this March, so really starting in a week or so. There's no navigation lights on that bridge during this time. However, impact to navigation should be minimal due to local icing conditions, and that may or may not still be relevant. And that's what I've got in front of me. Again, I'm happy to take a question, understanding that I might have to get back to you. Thanks, Justin.
Are there any questions out there for the Coast Guard? All right, hearing none, I want to thank the Coast Guard for your report. Lots of things going on there, so I just thank you very much for that presentation. So one of the things I always think about this meeting in general is really it's a navigation industry meeting. It's not a Corps of Engineers meeting trying to just tell what things that we're doing. It really is, and we've been trying to transition this meeting to being a navigation industry meeting. So this next portion of the briefings is provided by, it's a Missouri River Commerce Update is what the title of the section in the presentation or in the meeting is. And so at this point we will engage with several folks, and so looking forward to some of the presentations. And so I'll turn it over to Nathan Sneeden for the New Cooperatives, Inc. Is anybody if you're out there, you might be muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
There we go.
There we go. All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to start out by thanking the Army Corps of Engineers for this opportunity this morning to address the group. We're obviously relatively new to the Missouri River and look forward to giving you a little background to what we're doing up here in Blencoe, Iowa. So this project for us first started out in January of 2018. We're going on 3 years working on this. Oh, there we go. Lost your slide for a second there. And, you know, the main goal of this project has always been twofold. One, we wanted to provide another supply chain for our own internal fertilizer use. And two, we wanted to open up another market for our own members' grain. Move to the next slide, please. So since we're new, I just wanted to give a little background on what New Cooperative is. We're a farmer member-owned cooperative based out of Fort Dodge, Iowa. We have 5,500 members served by 39 locations across north central and northwest Iowa. We handle around 130 million bushel of corn a year, 30 million bushel of beans. Largest feed producer in the state of Iowa and one of your largest agronomy retailers in the state of Iowa. Last year, we applied just under 2 million acres of custom agronomy applications. Next slide. So this is a question we get a lot. You know, why Blencoe? What are we doing in Blencoe? You know, for us, this isn't a new site. This site was actually first permitted in 1939 by Farmers Co-op in Blencoe through the Department of War. And the site's a good one. We're located centrally between Council Bluffs and Sioux City. We have really good proximity to I-29. It's less than 2 miles off the Blencoe interchange to the site. And there'll be a hard surface road that'll feed the site off that I-29 interchange. But for us, the main reason for Blencoe is it provides access to our own internal grain volumes and also provides access to our own fertilizer distribution network.
If I could chime in, this is Frank Huseman, and good morning, everyone. Nate's mentioning the proximity to I-29 and the hard surface road. That was a combination of state, local, and private industry working together on this project. That's just where that interchange comes off now is just a gravel road, and through a series of working with the local supervisors, the county, and the state through some RISE funds, Revitalizing Iowa's Economy funds, they're able to secure some funding to make that a hard surface road. So it's just really nice to see everyone cooperating to make a project like this come together.
Next slide. So this is an engineered drawing of what the site will look like once we get operational here April 1. We'll be working off of two floating dock barges. The barges are 266 by 50, and that'll be our working platform. We'll have the ability to accept up to 6 loaded barges at a time with the ability to offload, clean, and load simultaneously. You know, as of today, the only land site infrastructure that's permanent was a 20,000-ton fertilizer building. This site consists of 40 acres, so there's plenty of room for future expansion with whatever comes down the road next.
And some of you saw this drawing last year at the Navigators meeting, and we refined it. We refined it just a little bit, and the next couple slides will show progress on where we are, how we're progressing.
Next slide. So this is a picture from early December, I'd say.
Yes. Yep.
And as you can see, Massman Construction was still in the process of installing the mooring pipe piles, and we were preparing the pad for the 20,000-ton fertilizer building. This is a picture from you'd be on the north edge of the property looking south.
Looking down. And the water level with flow control is, I believe it's about 15 feet lower than it was last summer when the flooding was an issue for the entire Missouri River. Since this, go ahead, Nate, I'm sorry.
You can go to the next slide. So this is kind of the same view looking to the southwest. It gives you a little bit more of a view of the entire property. The original loading site was just south of that clump of trees to the south end of the property. We've moved to the north end of the 40 acres just for to provide more spacing to be able to do the cleaning, offload, and loading operations simultaneously. And you can see too the fertilizer pad is at this point in time is about ready, and they were installing the deep wall foundations for the building supports.
And since this photo was taken, we didn't get you updated ones from last week. The marine pipe piles are now all in place and are driven to their final height. The foundation walls on the fertilizer shed are up. We are starting construction or erection of the fertilizer building. Actually, the crews will be starting next week. We will also be placing loading and unloading conveyors on the barges next week, and we hope to have some barges actually en route sometime in April.
Yeah, the intent as of today is we'll offload between 15 and 20 barges of fertilizer here in April and May as soon as river opens. You want to jump to the next slide? So this final picture is just kind of where we are today. This would be on our floating deck barges, north side looking south over the working platform that we'll have. Massman Construction, as Frank said, they've completed the work and they're out of there, and the fertilizer building's going up. And we're on track to be ready to roll here in April. And on those 15 to 20 fertilizer barges that come up, our intent is to offload them, clean them, and reload them with grain to head back south. Final slide. So that's our contact information. I just wanted to give a thanks to the Omaha District for all their help in getting this project set up. It was nice to have their input and kind of work together to find a marine side design that worked for all the stakeholders involved. And I think the design that we came up with is a good one, and I'm excited to get using it.
Yes, we think it'll be a much needed northern port, and will help increase activity and commerce on the what we see as an underutilized mode of transportation for the industry. So we're excited to be part of it. And I would echo the same thank you to everyone from the Corps and consultants that have helped us along the way here as we designed this. We are really excited, and thank you.
That's all we have. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Not hearing any. I just, again, from where I sit, it's just exciting to see all the development along the river and just another set of opportunities being developed on the river. It's exciting to see all that. So thank you very much for your presentation. Next is John Fletcher with Central Missouri Agri-Services. And And as I understand, John, you don't have any slides. You'll just speak. Are you on mute, John? John Fletcher, are you out there? I see a couple of Johns on the, just say John. All right, well, we'll come back to that. So next one that's on here is Richard Grenville for the Port of KC.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and wishing you a great day and hopefully a great year. I personally will get my second COVID jab next week, so I'll be finally get out of jail free, I hope. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we've done at Port KC last year, and also starting off looking at the total tonnage that I've got input from the Navigators on the Missouri River. So could I have the next slide, please, Justin? So here we are, and you can see on the left-hand side in blue, Port KC tonnage. We were on schedule to actually do a little over 100,000 tons, a little better than we did in 2019. But of course, we had the infamous shoaling south of Kansas City that diverted some of our cargo to other modes and other ports. So we didn't achieve our tonnage goals. But what's more interesting is the non-Port KC tonnage. And this does not include sand and gravel. This is purely fertilizer, minerals, grains, etc. We did almost 900,000 tons. And that gave us 938,000 tons total for the system. And I'm sure if we had not had our shoaling, we would have been over 1 million tons on the system this year, which is great news when we consider 6 years ago, in 2015, we were only doing 331,000 tons. So we've seen some great growth on the system, and it's all due to the fact that we work together as stakeholders and vie for moving cargo on this underutilized waterway. So hopefully U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and U.S. Coast Guard, we are not the low-use river that we once were. We are heading towards a greatness. Next slide, please. So a couple of things have happened at our terminal. We put in a second fertilizer dome. It's twice the capacity of the original dome. It was a $1.9 million investment, some of it coming from the state of Missouri, the other balance coming from Port KC. And it increased our capacity for fertilizer by 70%. So hopefully we're going to see more fertilizer barges moving up to KC, which will in turn develop into empty containers for outbound cargo of scrap and oil seeds and grains. Next slide, please. So we also invested over $750,000 in some new moorings. You can see Massman Construction, who is an excellent company there. We're putting them in on the left, and there's the finished moorings on the right. So we had to do this. We had that high water for the last few years that decimated our existing moorings that were at the end of their life. We'd hoped to get a few more years out of them, but unfortunately, we did have to replace them. We are going to do, that was half the moorings that were replaced, and we're doing the other half this year, another $750,000 investment. Next slide, please. Some milestones in 2020. We finally have a fully active rail connection with the UP. We've got several commodities moving on that rail connection, which is good for us. Makes us truly a multimodal facility. We were able to see navigation from November through March, which traditionally with runoffs have been years or months that we have not been able to see any navigation, but we were able to see winter navigation last year. We completed ownership agreement with the city for the port, so we now fully own our facility, which is great for us. That gives us a way forward. Our Missouri River Terminal Intermodal Project received a MARAD PIPD grant funds. And that put some wheels on that wagon, and we're moving forward. We've applied to the STB to become our own railroad, and we're in the NEPA process for that whole terminal. And the other thing of note that I thought was great was Kansas City was one of only 4 U.S. industrial and distribution markets that grew in 2020. And that was great news for Kansas City, and it was great news for the region. So we're going to build on that this year. And that picture is an artist's impression of what MRT could look like. Certainly, it's a picture. In pictures only, it's probably not going to look anything like that, but it's an artist's impression. So with that, Justin, that's all I had reporting on Kansas City and what we've accomplished at the Port Authority here with related to the waterways. We've also, of course, done quite a bit of other development in other areas of real estate and industrial financing. So that's all I have. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Thank you, Richard. If there's anybody who has a question, I want to back up just a second. I think there is a question in the chat box, and my gut tells me it's for the new cooperative group, and it says, do you have an estimate for an increase in barge shipments with this facility expansion?
Yeah, our short-term goal would be to receive, offload, and reload 70 a year, a season.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other questions for Richard out there? Okay, I think John figured out his, again, it's always a challenge with these things, is trying to find the right mute and off mute buttons, but I think John Fletcher is now available to give his briefing.
Well, I hope so. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. I replaced my camera setup this week, and when I started talking, apparently I'd chosen the wrong microphone, so my apologies. Central Missouri Agri-Service is located in Saline, Lafayette, and Carroll counties along the Missouri River in west central Missouri. In 2018, we acquired the former Bartlett facilities at Waverly, Missouri, with the intentions of reestablishing loading at Waverly Then we got to experience 2019, and that put us behind and even dampened our attitude about investing assets at that location. But at this point, and for the last several months, we've been in the final planning stages for getting this project underway. We've designed it such that we'll have the capacity to load 6 to 8 barges in maybe a 12, maybe an 18-hour day. Traditionally, a boat will pick up a tow of barges in St. Louis and distributing them in ports up and down the river, and then pick them back up on the way back down or pick up other empties that have been left. Our hope is that this facility will be such that a boat can pick up a tow of barges in St. Louis, bring them to our facility at Waverly, and we'll turn them around in 10 to 12 hours, and the same boat had them back to St. Louis at the same time, thus reducing the transition time for barges to and from the Mississippi River. We were fortunate to be awarded a MoDOT Transportation Enhancement Grant that will be used on this project. We requested proposals for river work in November. We plan to revisit those over the next couple of weeks for updates. Been a lot of variability in the price of steel, so we're going to be revisiting those contractors over the next couple of weeks for updates. Our intention is that we would use this facility in much the same way that we currently use unit train loading. In other words, unit train loader brings a train, power stays with the train, you load it, you send it right back out. And we're hoping we're designing this project to mimic that mode of operation, but for the river. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for John? All of these opportunities that are being developed on the river are exciting. It certainly is exciting to see the development in both Port of KC and with John. So not seeing any questions either in the chat or hearing any, we'll move on to Steve Ingman and Missouri River Towing.
You guys read me?
Yep.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Steve Ingman, President, Missouri River Towing, Captain, wear a lot of hats, family business. Glad to be with you guys, and it's very exciting to see the progress that we've made with the study coming online and working with the Corps and the Coast Guard and other navigators. You know, it's really really exciting time on the Missouri River to be a small business owner. So appreciate everyone's cooperation in that. I guess we can go to the next slide, Justin. Just a little oversight about our company. We started out as a dredging company in '78. Expanded into commercial towing in 2012. Now we're working 2 line hauls on the Missouri River. And just wanted to highlight a couple things. I don't know everyone's tonnage, but we moved 524,000 tons with our company, and we mainly service Central Missouri with fertilizer and grain, and then we push some cement up to Omaha to make a few deliveries to Kansas City area as well. I don't know, Richard, I know you've done some research on the tonnage. I come up with a little bit higher number, but I may not be as accurate as you are. So we got a little bit of discrepancy on our tonnage. Probably should have got together before the meeting. Kind of reported on some similar topics, but you know, I was claiming that we did get over 1 million tons. So maybe we can revisit offline to see, you know, if we're missing some tonnage. But one thing I want to point out in here is our ton miles, most of our transits average probably 250 miles. Some of the companies are moving further distances than that. Just our company alone, we moved over 131 million ton miles. So that really changes how you look at movement on the river and what you can do with a small amount of horsepower. I remember, go back to my presentation then, 2012, I gave a presentation talking about the river and the opportunities, and 1 million ton was just a goal, and it was almost to where we couldn't even imagine moving that kind of tonnage on the Missouri River, and now we're striking at it with likely potentially doubling in a couple of years, maybe 3 years. We could double that tonnage pretty quickly if we can get operators to run up here. Next slide, please. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the challenges that we faced. I know everyone's aware of the shoaling and the shallow water that we faced after the floodwaters came down, but also operating a business through the COVID was quite challenging. I mean, our hats off to our crew, and some of the crew stayed on when it first broke out, past their days of, they were supposed to be on a rotation of 28, 14 rotation. Some of the guys stayed on, so we didn't have the interaction with the public. They stayed on, some of them many weeks, just to keep the flow of business going without having the danger of COVID entering the boats. Because if the COVID got out on the boats, it's going to be a shutdown for our company and our customers. So I definitely appreciate our crew stepping up and making it happen. And just the extra screening of the folks coming and going. You can imagine, you got a crew change of people coming from all over the United States, coming into central Missouri and getting out to the boats and trying to make sure everyone was clean, and they took care of themselves. They knew their circle, and we had minimal effects. But we did change how we operated business for probably still going into 2021. But anyways, getting through as far as navigating, we was able to finish the season, keep some service to our customers, not as great as what we would hope for, but we was able to keep some continuity, and it was really challenging, with smaller tows. Sometimes it take a day to get through a particular shoaling area, one at a time. Felt like, all the companies pulled together, and, if we try to get through a shoal at the same time together, we'd meet there. A lot of times the Corps would come out and survey ahead of us and kind of help us through, and we try to all get through as many boats at the same time and try to coordinate those efforts. So that was really nice to see everyone, definitely working together. But it was quite challenging, and it hopefully have some better water depths this year. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, definitely optimistic. Corps got the funding to fix a lot of the structures. I'm very excited about the navigation study that's been coming down the line. That's something I've been dreaming about for 10 years probably. So just to have the chance at trying to make this river system a more reliable and a place that people can not be scared to invest some money and really get this thing moving. It's very exciting to be a part of that. There's a picture of us with a kind of unique tow coming up the river. We had fertilizer on that tow and going to Brunswick, and we had some empties that we're going to reload at various locations. I think some of it was for clay out of Herman, and some of it was for grain out of Brunswick. And then the oversized cargo with the windmill blades was headed to St. Joe. So it's kind of a unique tow on the Missouri River. Like I say, we're definitely excited about all the future opportunities and the growth and the new ports, and I think it's exciting time on the Missouri River for sure. I believe I think I have one more slide, Justin. Just to keep reiterating the fact that it's a world highway, and along the Missouri River system, you can connect your business to an international market. We've been able to be successful. A lot of our customers have been able to be successful too. So I hope everyone feels that they can invest and do business on the Missouri River, because that you can be successful for sure. I know there's some other companies that may be on the phone. I don't know if they want to share their ton miles or tonnage, but that might be an opportunity for some of the other navigators to share, that it wasn't able to get everyone's information.
So Steve, I have a question for you. This is Amy with IRPT. You gave us the 2020 numbers that we can look at, 524,000 tons. Unfortunately, we can only compare that number. Well, actually, the only real number that we have at this point is the 2019 data. Do you by any chance have the tonnage that you shipped in 2019? And maybe we could look at Richard Grenville's slide again for his 2019 data to see how that compares to the published tonnage?
I would have to. I know we moved over 500,000. Our company did in 2019. I don't know about the rest of the industry.
Okay, great. I know that Dee Smith with IRPT has just taken a look at the published 2019 tonnage that came out of waterborne commerce. So that'll be up on our website in the next month or so once it's gone through the review process. So I definitely want to work with you and the entire Navigators team to find out, possibly if we're missing some tons somewhere and how we can capture those accurately.
And I didn't get my numbers were kind of coming from we're just reaching out to the port captains of the companies that ran up here and some of the docks that we shipped with, and not saying it's 100% accurate, but I feel like it's pretty close round number.
Sure. Thank you.
I don't know if Casey's on here from Far West Logistics, but I know are you on here, Casey?
Yeah, Steve, I'm on here. Yeah, we just real briefly, we pushed on our first year, we pushed about 325,000 tons last year, equating to around more than 1 million ton miles there. One impact that we did have, due to the conditions of the river at the end of the season, we probably lost around 60,000 tons of freight that we could have moved. Possibly more even, but conservatively 60,000 tons lost due to the conditions of the river in 2020.
Thanks, Casey. We kind of experienced the same thing with the tonnage loss, the quantities, and the other thing that it does is it limits, whenever you have shipments going to, especially far locations, it's hard to, if you lose a day or a week on a transit, and then your tow sizes are half, then your customers are depending on that freight showing up, and then pretty soon you can't get to. What kind of caught us off guard was then we were not able to meet. Our boat was supposed to go to Omaha on a trip, and then we were trying to finish up getting some stuff out of Central Missouri, so then you basically just have to skip a whole trip or 2 trips, on a long run, all the way up to Omaha area. That could be, that's a major ton miles there that you kind of miss out on. But you only got so much time to work with, and once it's gone, it's gone. But we did operate. I think it was in one of my slides. We did actually we were actually working every month last year. We started, and we actually had a boat on the river right after the first year in Kansas City, and we actually worked every month last year. We ended it the first week of December. So we moved in January. We took a 6-barge tow up to Brunswick in February. We took an opportunity with some high water moving through the system and was able to pull the tow up there. Kind of on and off for, we'd run a couple weeks until we run out of water, and then we got started in March, and didn't stop till December 1st or 2nd of December. It didn't stop. So it was the duration of the water was good, outside of the low water at the end, but we were moving for almost 11 months. That was good.
Any more questions for Steve? I do like the last statement there. The Missouri River is a world highway that connects producers and consumers to the international market. I like that sentence. I think that's a great sentence there. And so, there is a question in here from Amy. Amy, the question for the Corps: is the potential impact accurate tonnage would play in the operations and maintenance budget? Would the 1 million ton put us in a higher threshold for budget consideration? The actual the gauge they use is ton miles, and the ton miles for going to medium is 1 billion ton miles. But with that said, that seems like like everybody goes whoa, but at the end of the day, just in the changes that have happened in the last few years, we've made tremendous movements in that direction. So, certainly are looking forward to, as and again with sites such as Blencoe, where we're having further transits and those kinds of things, that certainly will have an impact in the long run. So we are looking forward to any increase in the traffic on the river is certainly a positive thing. So. And there was a question out there about, or a statement, or a question about the presentations being recorded, and Justin did answer that. Yes, they are being recorded, so if anybody wants any of the presentations, even the verbal portions of the presentation, they are being recorded. Any other questions for Steve? All right. Thank you very much, Steve. Go ahead. I hear somebody. Okay. Another one of our great partners is the Department of Transportation, State Department of Transportation, and certainly Missouri Department of Transportation. I'm not sure Cheryl's on here, but is Cheryl Ball out there and ready for her presentation?
I am. I just sent a note to Justin telling him I was here. I appreciate allowing me to.
All right. Thank you. It's your turn.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you all for allowing me to speak this morning. And I'm going to talk a little bit about several activities on the horizon that provide an additional opportunity for existing inland river businesses and attracting new products and businesses to the river. So this is exciting. It's things that are both in the near and not too distant future. Today, I'm going to highlight some of those practices and then also discuss some funding opportunities that are out there and available. Next slide, please. Thank you. Container on barge is a long discussed and many attempts at it concept on the Missouri River and other inland riverways. It's working in some areas of the country very well, and we've got feedback from those other inland rivers that once service was regularly scheduled, customers increased substantially. This uses our existing boat and barge system, but instead of bulk grain and bulk products going into those barges, they are fitted so that containers they remind me of Lego blocks, can be fit on there, and so you can use this for mixed products on the same barge. So if you have multiple products with, producers have multiple products with smaller quantities, They can fill a barge much quicker because they can put them on multiple containers and load them on the same place. So this is a really good thing. In January, we submitted an application in partnership with Agri-Services to the Maritime Administration arm of the USDOT. This application for a project designation for the container on barge service on the Missouri River all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. Several ports along the Missouri River submitted letters of support for this project as well. What does that really mean? Speaking a little in government talk, I think, and people are like, yeah, right. This application was actually a business study. It looked at what are the products that could go in and out, that are currently going in and out, that could be enhanced or switched over to the river from other modes if we had a service such as this on a consistent basis like we heard from other areas. And the business study says, would there be sufficient use of this service to justify an initial investment from the federal government to get it up and running? And I'm thrilled to tell you that that answer is absolutely yes. I want to thank Agri-Services and Lucy personally. She really has promoted and pushed this project forward, did a lot of the work, or did most of the work, I should say. And they actually put some money into it to try and get this moving forward. This is not a funding request, though. What happens is MARAD has a two-step process. The first step is a project designation, and if that's approved, anyone, public or private businesses, which is key for this group, can apply to MARAD when they have a request for grant fundings that are available for what is needed to implement this service in accordance with the application that we made. This could provide great means, as I said, for specialty crops, less than barge loads, and add manufactured goods to the river as an additional opportunity for more navigation on the river. So this is a very exciting opportunity for us. Next slide, please. Container on vessel. Now, this is a artist's rendition of what it would look like coming up the river, and I will tell you, it is the closest thing that that will come to when I first started working. I used to hear people, when we talked about containers, ask me when those ocean-going ships were coming up the river, and I told them that not unless there was a whole lot of flooding going on, because they weren't going to fit. But this kind of brings those ocean-going to us very directly. It's an often discussed concept. Many may have seen the presentations from American Patriot Holdings, which is the shipbuilder, and Plaquemine Port in southern Louisiana, who are really around the country barnstorming, trying to get this moving forward in this way. This is a self-propelled vessel, like we've seen on the European rivers, and it offers fast freight delivery, faster than the current barge systems that we have, which is necessary for certain types of products. They're proposing a hub and spoke system, and for Missouri, that hub would be in the St. Louis metro area below the locks. Most likely, Jefferson County is the last I've heard from them. MOUs have been signed with multiple public ports along the Missouri River, including Port KC and Heartland Port in Jeff City. And what that would mean is they have two ships designed, a larger ship and then a smaller one that would actually fit through the locks and dams, so that they would take the big ship to Jefferson County or the St. Louis Metro and then load these 600-foot barges or ships, containers on that vessel and take it up the river, and they would stop along the way. This could be a reality in as little as 2, maybe 4 years. They are moving forward, and so we're seeing folks like Port KC and Jefferson County starting to get ready for that. Now, what I said, this diversifies the cargoes and the consumers that could come to the table. It opens the opportunity for things like refrigerated goods and other types of manufacturing goods. So I think it has great potential to bring both more navigation opportunities to the river, and it could bring back some of those services that we've seen for the barge operators and the navigators that may not be as prevalent after 2007, 2008, start seeing more of those type of businesses. be able to operate on the system. Just more traffic. In this particular case, you know, rising water helps all ships. I think this is where you might find that. Next slide, please. The other opportunity that we have, and it's not quite as direct as that one, but what we have here is we are currently underway in updating our state freight and rail plan. This is a multimodal plan looking at the entire freight system in Missouri: air, highway, rail, and water. This week we started holding industry forums. We started Tuesday with the ag industry. We've talked to the shippers, and these have been virtual, online, interactive meetings. This morning we had warehouse and distributing, which is why I was a little late to this meeting as I was finishing that up. And next week we will also be talking to some of the shipping industry. And we're asking them, what is it y'all need from our freight system, whether MoDOT owns it or not? What do we need in our system to make that efficient movement? How do we make those connections better? Where are we missing the boat? What are we doing really well as a state? And what could benefit from either some more focus or direction, whether it be from the DOT, Department of Economic Development, or things that we can help try and push policy and practice both at a state and national level to make it better for economic and businesses here in the state that focus on freight and rely upon freight. Comments can be left as well on our modot.org site. If you go to our website, modot.org, you'll see on the front page of it, there is a link to our state freight and rail plan, and some of that includes a place to leave comments, and the documents as we finish them we'll be placing on there. We anticipate completion of our project in late fall of 2021, and it will also provide us some tools to look at the commodities moving now, tonnage and type. One of the benefits of doing this, and we do it every 5 years, it's a federal requirement, but we take it deeper than the federal requirement to really make sure that we are doing these things. We are seeking to, sorry, I lost my total train of thought there. We are seeking to focus and bring a reality of tools that us and the partners and the planning folks can use. One of the pieces of the freight plan is we purchase data based on shipping waybills, and it includes most of the products that are shipping through here. Now, one big hole that we're trying to fill is we know that a lot of the agricultural products, trying to figure out how they're getting from the farm to the grain elevator to then get on a waybill to get on the ship. If it doesn't have a waybill, it's just a big hole in freight data. So we've been working very closely with the Farm Bureau and others to try and fill in that gap to make sure that our ag partners are well represented in this as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, there. Thank you. Those are the opportunities we have and the plans in the future we have coming up. One of the things, though, I want to talk a little bit about is plans are great and all these pieces, but what is the infrastructure funding? Because without money, nothing's going to get built. It's just a pretty plan on the shelf. So in this case, there's state and federal funds to assist in those, and of course the private businesses, if there's enough sufficient business case to be made. I know that you all do a great job of doing those. One of the things that we've had in the Missouri River industry has definitely found a benefit from, we invest a lot there, is our state-funded freight enhancement program that's run through my office. We accept applications every year, and we hand out approximately $1 million, and nobody can get more than $500,000, so it's at least 2 projects. It's usually 2 to 4. It has to be non-highway because of the source of funding. So for instance, this year, we put funding in for Transport 360 up at St. Joe Port. They're putting in some conveyor systems to reach out to the barges and a new docking system that will make it safer for the workers and more efficient use of St. Joe. The other beneficiary this year was Central Missouri Ag. John Fletcher put in a project that they are wanting to rehab the dock there and move it forward so they can put grain upon the river as well. Things that have been funded in the past include some work at Port KC on the rail project, and we have done many other things. So we encourage you to do that. We accept applications every spring and award in June, and the project then works from July 1st to June 15th the following year. So it's been a good, quick turnaround product, and we've been able to really invest in a lot of small projects that made big differences. The other thing that we have from a state standpoint is, for my office, is the public ports receive annual general revenue appropriations through my office, that program, for capital improvements. And we work with the Missouri Port Authority Association to prioritize those projects. And this year we have $12 million requested in the budget, and I'm hopeful we will do that. That will build about 7 projects, 7 to 10, on the Missouri and the Mississippi River. And so we're seeing a lot of benefit to that, to beef up infrastructure, fill in those gaps that we talked about. Some small investments can make huge benefits to the freight efficiency and the ability of someone to be able to handle this. The other things that we are able to help tap into are federal funds. The INFRA grant is out there. That is a freight grant by the USDOT. They let them out annually. Up to 10% of those funds can be flexed over to non-highways. It is a very highway-focused road or projects. About 10% can. They are currently open for fiscal year 21 funding, and I think there's around $10 or $15 million available this year. I don't have that number offhand. But those projects, we have found you have to have at least $5 million sitting in place. I'm sorry, the prior one was $1 billion, not millions. And the project has to be at least $5 million, and it can complete, but it has to follow all the federal funds. But it's a good program if you have a really big project. The build grant is much more flexible. It's open to all types of transportation, freight, public movement, anything you want to do on those are open to build grants. The container on barge we just talked about is the Marine Highway Grant Program. That one we are hoping to receive more funds to fund that particular project in the future. And MARAD has a few other grants, such as small ship builders or some port development grants and things of that nature. So there's some funds out there. If anybody has a project, Missouri River is considered a marine highway. Therefore, we are open to those federal funds. And if you want to reach out to me, to Brandon, I think I saw she was going to be on the phone or on the call as well. We will be happy to help walk you through those pieces and see if we can't help find some funding to match the project you have in mind. Next slide. And that is my very quick opportunities and opportunities for where we're going to send them at. And I want to thank you for your attention today. There's contact information, and I'm willing to take any questions on what you need.
Go ahead, Amy.
Oh, thank you so much. So, Cheryl, I wanted to thank you for, bringing some attention to the infrastructure funding opportunities. And I just want to make some very special attention to the Port Improvement Development Program through MARAD. This is a brand new program for the inland ports, for the smaller coastal, the inland ports, and private terminals. There was $230 million allocated in that program, and specifically 11% set aside just for inland ports, smaller coastal ports, and private terminals. So again, if you do have, a project, especially if you're a private terminal, there's specific funds set aside for you this year. for that specifically. So please reach out to Cheryl. And then again, I put it in the chat. I sincerely want to thank you, Cheryl, and the entire MoDOT team for the out-of-the-box thinking. If for those of you that don't know, Cheryl was ready and willing to partner with the stakeholders in a cost share to open our river in its emergency situation this past year. So just thank you so much, Cheryl, for your willingness to think outside of the box and provide those solutions to our members.
Thank you so much, Amy.
There's another question in the box there. It says, I may have missed it, but how much would these container ships draft? Do you know that, Cheryl? Is there
I believe that draft is around 8 foot. I'm trying to pull the drawings up now. I saw Heather's question, and I'm trying to pull it up, and I'll get an answer written into the chat box. I have the drawings, just didn't have them pulled up.
Okay. Is there any other questions for Cheryl? Again, a lot of exciting opportunities there that she's brought forth too, and so if there's no more questions. We are scheduled to go till 11:30, and that was the last of the presenters, but what we're going to do is we're going to take about 10 minutes here and have Mike Chapman do a quick demo on the exciting package that the River Engineering has put together for with the package that we sent out for getting comments from folks on some of the design work that's going on. So we're going to give Mike about 10 minutes here to kind of run through and give a quick demo of this tool, and I'll turn it over to Mike.
Sure, thank you. Good morning. This project, which I'll just call the Web Map tool, it started as a need we had 3 years of high water. We knew we had a lot of damage on the river, and we wanted to have a complete inventory of the structures. There's over 5,000 structures within the Kansas City district. And we wanted to have a complete inventory of the damages to the structures. And this would also allow us to know where the damages are and then calculate tonnages that would be required to correct those damages. So the first step in that was we collected about 8,000 points in the river over 15 days in December and January. Luckily, we avoided the ice that we've seen here the last couple of weeks. We actually had pretty low stages, which is important for this type of inspection. And I'll explain the map here in a minute, but I just kind of wanted to go through the background. And this kind of contrasts with a normal year where we go out and we spend maybe 6 or 7 days. We come up with a list of like 300 or 400 deficient structures and then prioritize those structures. This, again, it's a comprehensive look at it's a snapshot of the condition of the river in December and January of this year, and it just gives us a lot of tools from which to work off of. So once we collected those 8,000 data points, and the points that we collected were height, and then we looked at the length of every structure out there. So if a structure was not to its full length, like the riverward end of the structure, then we also recorded that. And so we took that data, we brought it in-house, we put it on a GIS map that we have, and this was, at that point, was for internal use. And then we spent about 140 man-hours prioritizing those, the structures, the deficiencies. So we could take the height deficient, the length deficient, and then we also recorded some other attributes, like if the dike was flanked, if it wasn't connected to the bank, or if we thought that the dike was imminently going to flank. We also recorded data points for that. So we spent about 140 man-hours. There was a team of us that did it over 2 days. It was kind of a grueling process in a way. We came up with 3 categories of high priority structures, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. And so once we did that, then we looked at, how can we publish this out to the partners and anybody that's interested. So, we did look at putting out a KMZ. Somebody would have to download that to, Google Earth and then display it and so forth. But what we came up with is a web map. And the nice thing about the web map, and we're really pleased with the product, is all you need is the link to the web map in order to view it. You don't need any special software. All you need is a computer and internet connection, and you can view this map. Also, what's kind of nice here is we can update this map real time. So like yesterday afternoon, we got a lot of good input from the industry, and we're going to change some of these priorities at some of these locations. And so we can make those changes and just push that revised map out, and then we don't have to worry about version control. Also, anybody like that has a concern, a dike of concern, whether it's the Navigator or like Lucy Fletcher had a concern yesterday about the dikes in front of her facility, they can just scroll to their location and see what the condition of the structures are. Anyway, we find this as a great tool. I also mentioned that we can update this, and we're planning to update this as we repair structures. So you can, what we're hoping here is that as the construction season progresses, if you want to know if a structure has been repaired, you can go on this web map, you can look at your area of interest, and then we'll have an attribute on here, a color or whatever that will indicate, what structures have been repaired. So here's just a sample. It's mile 180, and you can see we have 3 colored lines, and that's in the legend over here. We broke this out into, well, first we categorized the repairs as high priority and then up to 5 as low priority. And then we took those category 1, those high priority structures, and then broke them into 3 different groupings. So we have high priority, funding likely sufficient, which is the green. We have red lines, which are contract dependent. In other words, if our contract prices come in low or whatever, we can possibly get to those red line structures. And then we have high priority structures where the funding is probably unlikely this year. Also, just kind of letting you know here, you can go in here and click on and off certain features. So if you wanted to like see where all the green lines are, you could unclick some of these bullets or these features and then kind of zoom out and get more of a global view of where the structure deficiencies are located. So each one of these white dots is a point that we collected in this winter. And we displayed, if a number is displayed, that is the feet deficient from the criteria height of that structure. So in this case, this structure here is 5 feet below design criteria. This structure over here is 2 feet below design criteria, etc. Where the number is not displayed, you can click on it and you can get the height that we recorded. In this case, this structure is up to grade. It's a 0. This part of the structure is actually 1 foot above grade. So that just kind of some functionality there as part of this map. And then also, if somebody wants to comment about a particular structure, you can click on the structure line, and this is the structure number. This one in here is 187.37. So you can, I think Justin had sent out an email with a link to this map, and then there's a point of contact in that email, and you could simply, we appreciate any feedback. If you want to just make global comments on it, that's great. If you have a particular structure of interest, you can just put down the structure number, or and then what your concern is on that. So again, really easy to use. Also mention that, I'll go back to the legend here, that this greenish dashed line is an industry submitted area of concern. And so that shows you the extents, the upstream and downstream extents of that concern. And then there's blue line on this map also that were those, I think was mentioned earlier, were the core defined area of concerns. And those core defined area of concerns, we included every MRRP feature, regardless if it had ever been a navigation problem. And the reason we did that was, like we have chutes above Kansas City that have not had a history of navigation problems, but chutes in general have a history of navigation problems. So we're going to try to get out in front of this with those chutes up there. And so we included those as our AOCs. We also looked a little more at the background of navigation problems. So some of the core defined AOCs included those areas. And then we also did kind of what I mentioned earlier, was that we kind of zoomed out a little bit and looked at where's the concentration of the green and red lines. And so if there was a cluster of deficiencies, then we identified that as a core defined AOC. So another product that I think Justin had sent out that complements this map is we have a PDF design document of all the 26 AOCs that we have. And in those design document, and it's a one-pager, and it's a 3-phase approach to resolving that particular AOC. And phase 1 is most of it we're trying to get implemented this year. Phase 2, would be funding dependent, and then we have, like, if we had unlimited amount of funding, we have phase 3, which is quite a bit more extensive. So you can kind of pick, you can view the web map, and then you can view those AOC designs, their PDFs, and kind of switch back and forth to them. So that's kind of the brief overview of this.
Yeah, this is Colonel Hannon. I just want to say one thing. I just really appreciate River Engineering. They've done a ton of work this off season, and really to trying to find tools like this to communicate transparently what we see. And this is our first cut, and we'll refine it, but it's pretty amazing. And so I just want to acknowledge that and say thanks. This could be definitely something we could share with other districts as a way to communicate information and what we do. And the second thing I'd just like to say, they've done a great job at these core AOCs analyzing where we think and can predict we might have problems. We don't. Everyone knows this river is really dynamic, so we might not be 100%, but I think we need to do the best analysis we can with the information we have and our hydraulic engineering skills to kind of figure out where we think there might be future problems, and that's what the team has done. And so now after we hit the season here, we're in a little bit better place to plan and react from, because we all know the plan never survives first contact, but we're in a pretty good position. So I just want to throw some kudos out to River Engineering, who has really done a ton of work over the past several months to get ready for this next season. So thanks, Mike and team.
So this is Stu. We're out of time here for taking a break for the lunchtime here. We did try to keep this and have a long enough lunch for folks to be able to get other things done. And so, again, thanks, Mike, for that presentation. That is an awesome tool. I see Justin put in his link out there in the chat that he will send the link to the web map and the AOC designs out as a present following the meeting. So if you haven't gotten an opportunity to see that, we certainly encourage you to take a look at that and provide any feedback that you might want to give us. We are now, right now is a time we're trying to make priority decisions on where to go and what things to work on with the funding that we have received. But again, it's also going to be utilized as a tool to justify and moving forward with the fund for requesting funds also. So lots of great work here. I certainly want to second Colonel Hannon's thoughts on River Engineering and the efforts that they've done. It's an amazing tool. I think everyone that if you take a look at it, it's just a great tool for being able to digest all the different things that are going on, and even taking a look at it kind of even gives you a better feel for the river too. So I just want to end there for the lunch period here. Certainly you can write some more questions on the chat even over lunch, and we'll take a look at those as we get back and get closer to and see if Mike can answer questions or wherever we're at on certain questions. So I want to thank everybody for your participation, and we will start back up at 1300 at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. So the next thing on the agenda is a series of core action items, and so each of those kind of speak for themselves. And so what we've done is we've hopefully going to, we have about 6 folks there, and we have 45 minutes. So everybody's going to try to go like 5 minutes or so, and then have an opportunity for Q&A. But again, the easiest way to do Q&A again is to use the chat feature, and so hopefully we'll just be able to click right along. And the first one to go is a discussion on virtual buoys. And Kevin Pugh out of the Missouri River Project Office is the lead for that here in the Kansas City District, and he's going to give a presentation. So go ahead, Kevin.
Thanks, Stu. So as Stu said, my name's Kevin Pugh. I worked for the Corps several years now on the Missouri River, and a few years ago, they asked me to kind of be the district lead to expand AIS coverage to the Missouri River. And so I'm going to go a little bit of history, kind of where we started, end up where we're at, and what the capability is at this point. First off, what I call the Missouri AIS is actually part of the Lock Operations and Management application. It's a program administered by Engineering Research and Development, or ERDIC. You'll hear that in several of the presentations today. They're based out of Vicksburg, Mississippi. They do a lot of specialized things there at the Corps labs. I think he's still on, Brian Tetro. He's the nav system specialist. He oversees a group of folks that manage this whole network throughout the nation. I'm only going to highlight what affects the Missouri River. So late in 18, early in 19, we were finally able to get the initial receivers in Missouri functional. At that point, we had about 50% coverage from Kansas City to the mouth. That included a couple receivers out of the St. Louis district that were actually meant for, the purpose was the Mississippi River. About mid-year in 19, we repurposed some existing equipment. We expanded up to about 75%, and that's indicated in that top graphic there in red. Mid-year 20, we installed the permanent antenna at our Gasconade site, and that got us to 95% from Kansas City and down, and that's the orange in the graphic there. So currently we have 2 sites in St. Louis District. One's a state park over in Illinois. The other is at Mel Price Lock and Dam. They give us coverage on the lower 50 miles. The 3 sites in Missouri, we were lucky enough to get roughly 100 miles of river out of each one of those with a little bit of overlap. Currently, we know we're still lacking in coverage around mile 50 and around mile 30. The group, Brian's group down there at ERDIC, he completed a coverage analysis based on what's being received at the towers along the Missouri, and we're going to look at that report and look for additional areas for improvement to the network. Currently, we are looking at, Brian's going to have his group raise the antenna at Mel Price. That should offer a little bit of redundant coverage on that lower 50 and potentially fill in that gap as well. Here in district, we're pursuing an additional site in the Kansas City area. Based on what we've seen from our 3 other Missouri sites, that should push our coverage up to St. Joe, roughly mile 450, and that's indicated in yellow there in that top graphic. We've taken preliminary steps. We've at least spoken with the states about what assets they have available and the potential to share their infrastructure. That's more of a long-term goal. I don't foresee that as a 21 effort. We'll pursue it, but no final product at this time. So from this infrastructure that we have in place, we are able to broadcast AIS ATON, or as most people call them, virtual buoys. Currently, we can broadcast between 40 and 50 from each locations and that's due to the physical limitation of the hardware. The receiver can only broadcast about a dozen from the factory, and system engineers were able to write a routine where the remaining equipment at these sites can transmit an additional 40. So 120 to 150 if they were spread out over the entire 400 miles, which we have coverage. That number reduces as we have to add 2 individual sites. At this point, we feel we have sufficient capacity to broadcast the 5 areas of concern from last year. We've had the crews out this winter. Expect to have them out again in the next few weeks. They'll perform surveys. We'll look at the data, adjust the virtual buoy locations based on the latest information we have, and be broadcasting before flow support starts. The way that process works is once we identify the locations, we email that the administrators down in Vicksburg. They have to physically log into the on-site equipment, type in the information required and trigger the transmit. Typically, they're very responsive. It's a lot of times the same day that broadcast gets updated. Occasionally, if they're out in the field and don't have much access, it's the following day, but they're very responsive when we make the request. We did receive a report that the broadcast the system was showing as active was not being received on the user's end. We looked at that. We've reset the equipment. We tested that with one of the government tows, which has a copy of Rose Point, and it appears to be functioning. The guys were down around mile 90 a few weeks ago and said they were able to receive that broadcast. That issue prompted us to do a couple things. One is we will be installing an AIS receiver on one of our small vessels. That way we can more quickly respond to reports of that nature without having to pull the tows off of other critical projects. And then the second was we started looking at a more seamless way to send electronic files to the navigators. In the past, we've sent individual locations which were manually input into their nav software. So we were successful in writing a Rose Point compatible file. It's small enough to be emailed, relatively easy to get on your nav computer, and from there, it needs to be enabled and disabled as you approach areas of concern. That is one of the downsides. Not as easy for us to create and distribute the updates, and it does still require a little interaction by the tow operators to utilize this file if they currently have marks routes active in their voyage plan. So we're going to be asking for a couple of companies, couple of vessels to test this Rose Point file, offer us some feedback, and then will help us make a determination if that's useful or not, and if that's something we should continue to pursue. I know seems like industry has a favorable opinion of the virtual buoys in this system or this network. It's also created some efficiencies from our standpoint as well. We now have real-time tracking of the vessels. Helps out our folks that do the boat report, cuts down their time. We can ask for what's called a playback file. If a vessel transit an area over the weekend has an issue, we can get hold of Vicksburg. They can pull the information for that specific location, date, and time. We can play it back at a later date. Helps us determine how vessels are using the channel, where in the channel they were when they experienced problems, and then also the effectiveness of our virtual buoys. And then finally, at the end of the year, all this information is rolled up and sent off to various government agencies for analysis. And then one of the useful final products I've seen out of that information was a vessel density map and they broke it all the way down to upstream traffic and downstream traffic. Seemed to be very useful. I'm not sure if that's available to the public, but if there's interest, we can track down that answer. And with that, I guess I didn't cover the rest. My slide there on the left, that was just a playback file running in the background. And then the bottom right, just an example of what the LOMA system shows us for virtual buoys. And with that, I'll conclude, open up to questions. Again, I might lean on Brian Tetro for the real technical side of things, and then Mr. Rudy there if it's a staffing question. But I'll try to answer as many as I can. So with that, I'm complete.
Call Bob this afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. We're going to have to keep these presentations kind of rolling. Again, if you have any questions, you can certainly write them in the chat box, and we'll come back to answering any questions. So thank you very much, Kevin. The next one will be Mike Chapman doing one on our dredging.
Good afternoon. So this was a desire to increase our efficiency when we do channel dredging. So when we identify that there's a shoal in the channel that structural solutions don't cause an immediate. There's some feedback here.
Somebody's got a hot mic. Can everybody go on mute that's not being one of the presenters?
The idea that Brian just likes to point out the things that people are flawed with.
Hey, Justin, I think you can mute individuals. I think Patrick Finnegan has a hot mic.
He's brought up the words, Brian's told him, I'm not a micromanager, and he goes,
again, the desire was to increase our efficiency at using dredging as a tool to reopen the channel when we have a shoaling issue. So to do this, we felt like a technical paper written by people knowledgeable with this would be the best first step. So we reached out to ERDIC, and then we reached out to MVS because they do St. Louis District because they have a lot of dredging experience, and we have funded them to produce a technical paper on this to guide us in our decision making in the future. And so some of the topics that we have asked them to address is, how do we quantify the dredge volumes considering the dynamic nature of the bed and then the fact that there's incoming sediment from upstream. So, we need, first of all, to know how much quantity do you need to dredge to be effective, and then discussion of dredging methods and the best approach on the Missouri River. So this could be something like, do you start at the downstream end of the shoal? Do you start at the riverward end of the shoal? What's the best approach? And because we just don't have a lot of experience. It's kind of sporadic over the years when we actually do dredging. And then finally, just give us a kind of they're tasked with giving us an overview of the different types of dredging equipment out there. There's cutter heads and dustpan dredges and other types of dredging equipment, and also kind of what generally is the availability of that type of equipment. Since we don't do a lot of dredging, we're just not knowledgeable of what companies are out there that can do this type of equipment. And then finally, kind of recommendations on dredge size that's required for the size of the shoal. So, we know that there's, 22-inch dredges and they can move X amount of material a day, and there's 12-inch dredges and so forth. So that's kind of what the paper, is designed to do. And, the end result, again, is just to allow us to try to increase our efficiency in the future of using dredging as a tool.
All right, any questions for Mike? Again, like you say, dredging hasn't been one of the biggest tools in our toolbox, but we want to be sure that if we are going to move that direction for any purposes of for an AOC or something like that, that we would be able to spend a little bit of energy and time to research that a little bit and make sure we get the best opportunities that we can. Okay, thanks, Mike. Next one on the list is Steve Price, and he's going to give a presentation on the rock availability and quality that we've been working on. So, Steve.
All right. Good afternoon. Thanks, Stu. Good afternoon, everybody. So my name's Steve Price. I'm a project manager that's leading efforts on new acquisitions for the upcoming BS&P repairs. And so I see a lot of familiar faces and names from Industry Day, so some of you may recognize me from that. The commanders highlighted some important concerns in their opening comments on the rock, and so we want to talk a little bit about that today. Part of our acquisition strategy is market research, and that involves the cost and availability of rock. So in order to look at all the aspects of that, we stood up a rock PDT to look at the specifications, the locations of the quarries, their ability to get the rock to the river, and a whole bunch of other things to factor into some of the costs that we're looking at and what we needed to do to improve our specifications of the rock. And so part of that was looking at what the other districts were doing and looking at their rock specifications and pulling the best language from our partner districts like Omaha and St. Louis, and including that in our updated specifications to be part of the new contracts. And so we've looked at that, and we feel like we've struck the right balance between rigidity and cost and quality so that we're getting the best bang for our buck when we go out and purchase rock and approve and accept rock for these structures. And so, part of that is, allowing shot rock, but enforcing the size gradation, making sure it meets our gradation standards and has that bigger size rock that we desire and that we require on these contracts, and really limiting that fine material. And so if you see the pictures that we've got included here, that's the kind of the size of the rock that we're looking at and that we expect for the structures. And so that's something that we've made sure that was explicit in the improved specifications for these new contracts. So the team's done a great job in developing that and reviewing it with all the appropriate people to make sure that, like I said, we struck the right balance with that. So next slide, please. Okay, and part of the analysis was looking at the known quarries along the river. And so you can see here we have this map that we've been using with the team to look at what quarries are active and what are inactive, and we've been calling a lot of quarries, been busy making a lot of phone calls, talking about upcoming requirements and communicating with them the updated specifications so that they can be aware that this is the size of rock and the gradation of rock that we're looking for, talking about our inspection frequency and everything else so that the quarries know, as far in advance as possible what we'll be requiring for these upcoming contracts. And so a lot of this analysis is also feeding into our contracting strategy to ensure that we're structuring things in a way that we can space out floating plants so that we're not overburdening any one quarry and trying to maximize the locations of the floating plants to be as efficient as possible. So the team's been looking at these quarries, looking at loading sites and river access, and making notes on ArcMap so that we can see it visually. And we're meeting frequently throughout the weeks to really get our arms around the rock availability concern, because obviously that's a huge risk when we're talking the amount of contracts and government floating plants that will be placing rock this year. So a lot of effort has gone into this, and we're continuing to refine it and to make phone calls and talk to all the quarries and any inactive quarries. We're seeing if they're willing and able to open up for this upcoming requirements for Missouri River BS&P rock repair work. So I think that's all I have for right now. pending any questions.
There's a question out there on the chat that, for you, Steve. It says, when will the rock gradation be published?
Yeah, so we're looking to share that with as many folks as possible pretty soon. So we could probably share that with the greater group if you're interested. Just let me know and we can get that to you. Because we do want feedback from quarries on that specification as well to make sure that everybody knows what that requires. So anybody else that wants to see it, I don't think we have an issue sharing that.
Yeah, it's Colonel Hannon. So, we're looking to necessarily be a little flexible based on quarries which have different qualities of rock up and down the river, but we're trying to get to a good standard that provides as much resiliency or long-term stability of a structure, but also isn't so expensive that we can't get the minimum amount of repairs done. We need to get the system in place. So we're really trying to find that sweet spot of efficiency to get the most material for our money in our specification. So that's what the team's working for. And it may change at, River Mile 500 versus River Mile 0 a little bit based on what things are happening. So we're trying to really hone in on that. But, yeah, we would like some feedback on, what's capable out there from our folks who run the quarries and also from our navigation industry, just on what they've seen over the years and on different sites as far as how things hold up. Thanks.
This is Stu. I just wanted to make a comment here. I forgot to introduce Steve as we went in there. And Steve is one of the PMs, and we do, one of the biggest things that we've been all along is having resources and people to actually work the issues. And Steve is one of the key folks right now that's been brought on the team to help us move through. And so he's given presentation. But rock availability and the quality of the rock is, of course, a very large thing. And so we set up a PDT a product delivery team of folks to try to research that and make sure that we do the very best job that we can to get the best bang for the buck, just like the commander said. So if any other questions, I don't see any other questions on the chat. We will move on to the next presentation, which is a DOTS request by Heather Shaughnessy. And I think everybody knows Heather.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is about the DOTS request, which essentially means utilizing the Engineering Research and Development Center, ERDIC, to support the Kansas City District using their expertise. So we'll go to the next slide. Back this fall, we had two main components that we needed support with. One being look at alternative river training structure techniques. Was there any sort of method out there other than rock placement that could be utilized in the short term or long term to train the river? So we tasked ERDIC with that. The takeaway from their suggestions really didn't have a silver bullet, but they did suggest revising our existing rock spec. They looked at different structure orientations and suggested some preemptive planning measures, one kind of related to dredging, which we're utilizing all of those ideas in our existing designs and repairs. And in addition to that alternative river training structure technique investigation, we also asked ERDIC to help us with some vessel drawdown measurement. There was concern about discrepancies between what the navigators were seeing and what the surveys were showing that we were collecting. So that was something achievable that we knew we could get from involving ERDIC, and the rest of this very short presentation will be about that. The last item I have on this slide just highlights that we're continuing involvement with ERDIC as well as Omaha and St. Louis District, which we've mentioned. Mike mentioned some of the dredging work that ERDIC as well as the St. Louis District is supporting us with, really trying to find a threshold of what needs to get dredged in order to provide that navigation benefit. And then there's also some cool stuff that the commander mentioned, like a rock gradation map. If you could take a picture of the rock and define the gradation, because we're having a lot of rock that's going to be placed here soon, so that would be good to have that immediate feedback. And then finally, some design reviews, engaging all of those resources and experts at ERDIC and other inland waterways. Next slide. So the rest of this will be about the vessel drawdown. We deployed 12 water level sensors, which they're tiny little pin-sized things in the right portion of this graphic here, at 6 different locations between River Mile 90 and 93, so Lunch Island area. So we did this back in November when the Herman gauge is just downstream of Herman, was at a 5.9 and about 47,000 CFS. We rode along on the Mary Lynn along with Stephen Ingeman and Captain Andy and 2 folks from ERDIC, and they're pushing upbound with a 2x3 flotilla, 3 loaded and 3 empty, and we observed about an 8.7 draft. So the goal was to determine if the towboat flotilla passage induced a drawdown of the water levels, which thereby would reduce the underkeel clearance. So we'll go to the next slide, which will show all the data. And I don't intend this to be overwhelming. The point of this slide is the top left corner shows all the data from these sensors that we collected at 6 locations. So the Mary Lynn was headed upstream. So over time, there'd be a spike down. And those spikes are what we were measuring. So if you just pick, like, if you focus on the first one, like location 1 would be the most downstream location that we measured. It spiked downward almost half a foot, or, well, a tiny bit over half a foot. But you'll also notice there's a little bit of a rise prior, and this is the water surface elevation that we measured before any transit. So it went up a little, and then it spiked down, and then it sometimes would bounce up a little bit, and then kind of stabilized. So this is something we've all kind of observed, but never really have had a chance to measure. So we'll go to the next slide. I have a simple graphic on, this is actually the bathymetry, a coarse representation of the bathymetry at location 1, kind of that brown-blue threshold. And if you push, if you click once, it'll yeah. So both the boat and the water level draw down, which could effectively become a problem if the cross-section's already confined. So it's not just one, it doesn't mean that your boat is drafting more. It just essentially means the water level pulls down. So we'll go to the last slide that I have. So some takeaways just about this vessel drawdown engagement with ERDIC. We observed a quarter to half a foot of drawdown from these circumstances. Granted, it could vary between stage, location, tow size, type of vessel, horsepower, but we were able to measure it for the given circumstances of that day. It did appear between all of the locations that we measured that drawdown was greater in more confined cross-sections, so like where it's more narrow or shallower. And the navigation surveys that we collect reflect the depth without drawdown. So those are the main takeaways. It was a great effort and really a great opportunity to engage ERDIC with their expertise. So that's all I have. Thank you.
So does anybody have any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yep.
This is Joe Gibbs. Is the drawdown worse if the water is moving faster? For instance, let's say you're in a lake. Is there a drawdown when the water is not moving, or does the velocity of the water have any effect on drawdown? There we go.
I suppose it could. I haven't looked at the data to correlate that at all. But I think what is happening is it's like the tow is, I mean, they have to push hard going upstream in more confined areas, which would kind of correlate to a higher velocity that they have to resist. So to counter that, they would have to push harder, which draws in more water, which that's more anecdotal. It seemed that when we were riding along, you kind of had to, they had to pull in a lot of water to get the power to go forward. So, but I don't have the data to show that right now, but just observationally might be true.
Well, I noticed that on the Mississippi, the buoys will kind of bob up and down, you know, and barely there'll be a wake around them. And yet on the buoys on the Missouri River, there's always a wake around them, you know, and they're leaning over in many instances. I just wondered if velocity had effect on drawdown.
Yeah, I'd say our river's more swift, and I'm sure it's correlated.
Okay. Thanks for that question. I did want to make a comment.
This is Rick Grenville with the Port of Kansas City. As a former blue water seafarer, this is a normal effect in fast-moving, narrow waterways. It's called squatting. And all ships do it, whether it's a barge and a towboat, but it's as it pushes the water out of the way, the water cannot get back into the channel to float, and the actual craft squats. And it can be several feet, depending on how fast it's going. If you're in a fast ocean liner, you can actually squat quite a few feet. So this is not something new. This is well known in the maritime industry.
Thank you, Richard. Any other comments? I will say that one of the reasons we did this, Steve has brought this to our attention a number of times, and so we just took the opportunity with, and I do believe ERDIC had looked at this in a different area also, and so we did kind of verify some of the things that were being said there. So thank you very much. The next one, the next presentation is a channel recon presentation by Dr. John Shelley, and John is one of our folks in our hydro group that does a lot of the different work there, so I'll turn it over to him for this next presentation.
All right, can you hear me and see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to be talking about sort of an enhanced channel recon procedure that we're toying with. And the need is that during the 2019 flood, there was such widespread damage. I was involved in some of those structure inventories that Mike Chapman talked about, and there are structures damaged up and down the river for the entire length. And then again, there were the numerous navigation impediments in 2020. So the objective is for a recon survey to be able to catch problem spots early and have a quick turnaround on the information, so that if we need to mobilize for dredging, or if we need to just monitor or whatever the issue is, that we can act on things quickly. And so what we've done thus far is tried to find the portion of the channel that is likely open. I mean, which portion of the channel should we be surveying? And I'll explain that. And then we've been talking with Dave Gordon at the St. Louis District, and also with our folks in the Kansas City District about the different processes for channel recon. Okay, so what I show here is the 2007, based on the cross-sections that are every 250 feet in 2007, we found the contour representing 9 feet of depth below the CRP. Now, the actual depth on the date of survey could have been, greater or less than this. The survey takes a couple of months, and so this is all adjusted to be below CRP to be consistent, so we can compare. So that's where it was in 2007, those 9 foot of depth. In 2013, or based on the 2013 data, this is the 9 foot of depth contour. And then in 2018, you see the 9 foot of depth contour. So there's some variation here on the margin of whether or not that portion of the channel is open or not. But there's also a pretty big part that is open every year that we've surveyed this area. So this shows all the different years of survey. And these are the river-wide surveys, so that we have them for the entire river, not specifically, hotspot type surveys. Here we have 2019, which is the red line, and I have an asterisk here because, of course, in 2019 the water was high. So if you were to instantly drop the water without letting the bed respond, then you would have had 9 feet of depth that was less than the authorized 300 feet. Now, in reality, as the water drops, the bed does respond. We see the 2020 survey, which wasn't as dense, but we've got a survey at this location, shows that the 9 feet is widened back out to what it was prior to the flood. However, by looking at these locations, we can get an indication of maybe there could be a problem in certain spots if the bed adjusts more slowly than the water drops, if I'm making sense. So we can find the common area that was open in all of these survey years, and then that is sort of guiding where to do our recon survey. Now, the St. Louis District does their, they call it channel patrol survey, and they've got these 3 lines with single beam sonar showing depth adjusted to their low water reference plane. And then they do some interpolation between the lines to get a general idea about what the depths might be. And then if there are areas that are below not insufficient depth, then they'll send the surveyors out to get more detailed survey. And so we can do something similar on the Missouri River by understanding where part of the channel should be open. Then we can draw those 3 lines, generally following the sailing line, but not exactly in all locations, with some offsets on there. And then these 3 lines can be surveyed in order to provide a snapshot of the channel. Historically, we report depths based on the water surface on the day of survey, which is answering the question, is there a problem right now, which is, of course, very important. So we will do that for this analysis, but we're also going to adjust to CRP because that addresses the question, might there be a problem if the water drops? And it doesn't guarantee there will be a problem because the bed could adjust, but it gives us an indication where there might be a problem. Okay, so we have some questions still. We haven't done these types of surveys before. St. Louis knows that if they do the survey in July, the bed's going to be pretty stable during their low water time in the winter. We don't actually know when the best time is to do this kind of survey for our river. And so we've got some questions about that. also what the best technology is to do for this survey going forward. So what we're going to do this year is based on the locations where the channel's been the most stable and also including locations where the channel has been the least stable, we're going to select a large test reach that we can survey multiple times over the course of the year and evaluate the bed changes and evaluate the channel stability and how quickly things change. And we'll also be looking at different survey technologies so that we can craft a recommendation for a river-wide recon survey and things like how often they should be done, what time of year they should be done. Okay, that's what I have. Do you have questions?
I have a question. This is David Shore. We have in the past had a regulatory requirement to do survey every fourth year of the dredge permits. One of the problems with the overall survey practice, if you will, is the continuing changes with regard to what survey methods you are using. Your survey methods have to be coordinated with the dredge survey out of regulatory, because what's happening is we're getting different numbers based upon different variables because of how and what methodologies being employed. And if it's going to be a regulatory requirement for the commercial sand industry, then it better be coordinated. That's all. Nothing more.
Yeah, and this is not the same type of survey. The cross-section surveys serve a different purpose than what these are. The purpose of these is a much quicker turnaround than what we typically get, whether or not we're doing it or whether or not the dredgers are doing it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any more questions, quick? All right, thanks, John. So the last of the core action items that we have is a navigation study new start discussion by John Grothaus.
Can you see the slide I tried to share?
Yes.
Okay, so good news, we got in the FY21 work plan, we did get a study new start for the Lower Missouri River Basin study and focus on navigation in the BSMP. And it's nominally a $1.5 million federal, $1.5 million non-federal, $3 million 3-year study. I'm in the process of setting up a meeting with Port KC to review the feasibility of cost share agreement, which is the agreement that we need to sign prior to initiation of the study. So the next step is signing the FCSA. We're targeting, hopefully, to have the agreement signed not later than the 30th of June. The non-federal partner, the next step is that the non-federal partner and the Corps allocate $25,000 each for the initial funding allocation to the study, setting up a pot of $50,000 to develop and negotiate the scope, budget, and schedule for the study called the Project Management Plan, the acronym PMP. It may not take $50,000 to develop the scope and negotiate it, but we have that pot to utilize. That's our initial funding increment. But important is we have to sign the agreement first. The agreement has to be signed not later than 30th of September or we lose the new start, we lose study funding, the new start goes away. As I said, the typical cost for a feasibility study of this nature, it's a 3x3x3 study, $3 million total, 50% cost sharing, and 3 years to complete. The study results in a feasibility report called a decision document recommending modifications and improvements as appropriate for congressional authorization and funding to the BSNP project. And the report typically goes through USACE to ASA to OMB and then over to Congress for authorization of a project modification if recommended. So we're ready to get started now on the long-awaited study portion. Anybody have any questions?
This is Colonel Hannon, so I'll just add, most folks on that line know this, but just in case there's some that do not. So when we say study, whether it's, flood protection or navigation, what that really means is a process to get us to come up with some solutions that we'll finalize in a report, which would then go back to Congress, back to the Chief of Engineers to approve, and back to Congress to authorize. After that authorization, we then can get planning, engineering, design money to do that, and then after we can scope out and design things, then we go back in for construction projects. So when we say these studies, what that really means is this is how do we get to implementable construction projects to make a difference, whether it's flood control for that study or the navigation for the one John's mentioning.
Any other questions? Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you, John. So next on the agenda is Kevin Lau giving a discussion on the current climate conditions and outlook, and I believe Doug Cluck is going to also. Oh, Doug. I guess Doug is going first. It's going to take Justin just a second to get your slides pulled up.
I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear
I'm
you.
not sure you want to see me, but you can at least hear me. Maybe?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Okay, we have your slides up now, Doug.
Okay. And you're going to put them in full presentation mode, right? However you do that. I think it's up top under display settings. Yeah, there you go. All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks to you folks who invited us, both Kevin and I, to speak today. We appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to give you a really fast, because I got too many slides, but I'm going to give you a fast update on what's going on sort of in the climate, what has happened already, and sort of the outlook for the next few seasons in terms of hopefully indications of what the water resources are going to be available and such. So let's go to the next slide just to get a little bit of history here. A little bit of history is the water year began on October 1st. This is the image on the left, more or less shows the normal precipitation percentage of normal precipitation since October 1st. That's more or less the Missouri Basin there. Hopefully you can pick out the state boundaries. Wherever you see yellow to red, that is below normal precipitation. So we have a lot more dryness indicated there than we do wetness, if you will, in terms of above normal. A little bit of above normal up in Montana and such, and here and there in the lower basin. On the right, this is the temperatures departure from normal, a little bit different than percentage, but departure from normal. But anywhere you see that sort of yellow or even light green, that's pretty close to normal in terms of temperature. I will say that area up in North Dakota is something like 2 to 4 degrees warmer than normal. And I'll show you a little bit more about why that is in a little bit. So our temperatures, even with that extreme cold that we had last week or so, it's sort of balancing out. Before that cold hit, we were all well above normal. So it sort of balanced us out a little bit in terms of bringing real winter back to us because we were warm. Next slide. So here it is. Here's November through January, relatively warm period in our backyards. Those are the rankings on the left in terms of temperature. Where you see that darkest red are record values in terms of South and North Dakota as a whole in terms of warmer than normal conditions for that period, November through January. Never been warmer there in the last 126 years. Now, all those areas around there, you'll see they're in the 120. So they're in the top 10, top 5 in terms of warmest 3-month period. Just want to bring that to your attention. And then in terms of precipitation by state, you can look there and see, for the most part, the upper basin especially was below normal in terms of precipitation. Those are rankings in terms of how wet they were. And 4th driest for North Dakota, 10th driest for Wyoming, for example. Same period, November through January, that we just had. Next slide. So here it is, the last 30 days. And now we're going to look at temperature on the left. Sorry, I reversed these. But anyway, temperature on the left, that's the same map we saw a couple slides ago in terms of Missouri Basin states, if you will. Wow. What happened between January 25th and the day before yesterday? A lot of cold, right? So we're seeing cold, very cold temperatures across almost the entire basin, to be honest with you. And then last 30 days in terms of precipitation, we see this lingering dryness, especially in the Dakotas and eastern Montana. Some wetness has occurred across Nebraska, of course, even Missouri and Kansas, and in Montana to some degree. Not earth-shattering in coverage, but if you happen to live there under 18 inches of snow, then you'll certainly remember it. Next slide, please. And then here's the latest outlook for the next 7 days. If you added up all the precipitation for the next 7 days, we call this the quantitative precipitation forecast. But if you added up all the precipitation that the models are spitting out over the entire U.S., you see the Missouri Basin as a whole being pretty darn dry. Maybe some higher level precipitation far, far west and northwest, but really nothing really to write home about for the next 7 days. Next slide. Here's the week 2 outlook. So now we're going from that 7 day, 8 days, 8 through 14, if you will, March 4th to 10th. In that, on the right, we see the signal is for warmth. Okay, not sure we want that necessarily. We're going to get a lot of snow melting that exists. We're having actually a fairly low, and I think Kevin's going to talk about this, a low year in terms of snow across much of the Missouri Basin. But this is a sort of pattern that we're not surprised to see because we've seen it a lot, except for that one 10-day period in February of above normal temperatures. Now, we shift to the image on the right. We're seeing week 2 shows mostly better chances for below normal precipitation. Again, upper basin, middle basin, sort of western basin, slight leaning towards a little bit wet in Missouri, eastern Nebraska, eastern Kansas, and Iowa. But for the most part, dry conditions week 2 as well are what we're outlooking at this point. Next slide. For March as a whole, this is, we're going to see how this turns out, but temperatures in the upper far northwestern basin sort of lean to being a little bit cooler than normal. And temperatures, once you reach sort of the lower basin in south and west, there's better chances for above normal. Now, those aren't strong probabilities because those are all probabilities. They're not telling you how much warmer it's going to be or anything. But the probability is kind of weak, if you will, for the basin to be warmer than normal south of, let's just say, Nebraska south. More importantly, perhaps, is the precipitation outlook that shows this sort of dry area moving up into the central and southern and central plains and Colorado and such. Better chances for below normal precipitation there. A very weak signal for above normal precipitation in the uppermost basin. Okay. Again, nothing to write home about, and I hope that we do get more because we're a little lacking in that, and I know they do too, lacking in terms of precipitation up there. This, by the way, is a stereotypical La Nina pattern, something I'm going to harp on a little bit later. Next slide. So here's March, April, and May, and if you average all the temperatures and average all the precipitation over those 3 months, this is the way we think things are going to lean in terms of temperature and precipitation. So on the left, we're really pushing that temperature signal, if you will, being above normal, especially as you go west and south in the basin but definitely to the east as well. There's some indication that it's going to stay above normal during that 3-month period. Now, it doesn't mean March could be cool and May could be super warm, but somewhere when you average it all out, this is the sort of pattern we think is going to show up. Same with the precipitation. Again, that same sort of dryness, if you will, edging up into Nebraska, South Dakota, Kansas, and sort of and not a lot of indication of above normal precipitation anywhere in the basin. Equal chances for the most part over the northern part of the basin. Equal chances being equal for being above, below, and near normal. So not a lot of indication which way we're going to go on that. Next slide. I think I bumped it up here to sort of show most of the summer here. It's not the whole summer, but I thought this was pretty indicative of some of the concerns, and I'll just say it that way. We have about below normal precipitation on the right, especially for the upper basin, but warmer than normal temperature conditions over that period as well. A heavy leaning, if you will, towards warmer than normal. And honestly, we could have normal precipitation and well above normal temperatures. That would still lead to a lot of evaporation, evapotranspiration, all that kind of stuff. So we're sort of worried a little bit now about drought aspects. Next slide. All right, so there's the Missouri Watershed Drought Monitor map. And you can see that most of the basin is either abnormally dry, which is yellow, or severely dry in some cases if you get into Colorado, Nebraska, McCook, that area, and Goodland, Kansas, and portions of Wyoming. Now, there's also that, we call it the D2 strip going up through western and South Dakota and North Dakota and down to those D3 areas. So we're not, last year at this time, let's just say it was the complete opposite. We had a lot of soil moisture out there. We had a lot of, in fact, why don't we just go to the next slide so I can get that out of the way. Last year was the opposite of this. We were green. We had a lot more, we had above normal soil moisture across the whole area. You remember 2018, 2019 were banner years for precipitation. So coming into 2020 last year, we were sitting really well in terms of soil moisture and having plenty of water to tap later in the summer or even later in the spring when we needed to. Not so much this year. And the drought, which I covered up there but doesn't really matter, is really for persistence on those areas that show drought are going to stay dry. That's at least the forecast at the end of May. Next slide. That might be it, actually. Nope, that's the key points. Well, key points are we're in La Nina now. What does that mean? Normally it means, or typically it means sort of normal to cool to the north and wet also to the north and dry to the south and west and maybe a little warmer than normal too. Long-term outlook, there is some, the La Nina through spring and then it's going to sort of fall apart maybe, but we could see an extension. It's not uncommon that La Nina rears its head again this fall by our official classification, which I won't go into. But we could see this sort of La Nina sort of hanging on through the year. We're not sure about that yet. And I don't know if we hope that happens or not. But anyway, temperatures in the long term lean towards above normal generally. Precipitation generally leads dry, especially west and south. I already told you our concerns were about continued drought and drought development across the basin. Especially with temperatures being above normal. Whether we get, normal precip or below normal precip, it's going to dry out if temperatures are above normal anyway. I think that's it for the most part. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I don't know if we do questions now or later.
We don't have any in the chat room right now, so
all right.
We will move on to Kevin. And if there's any questions, we can come back. Are you out there, Kevin?
Yeah, Justin, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Like Doug said, really appreciate having NOAA participate on these calls or in this meeting. Why don't we go to slide 6, Justin? Kind of just cut to the chase. Again, my name is Kevin Lau. I'm with the Missouri Basin River Forecast Center. And so here on slide 6, so every month our office, the National Weather Service River Forecast Center, runs a 3-month river stage outlook. And this graphic here depicts the results of the run that we made this past Monday. It's valid for the 3-month period, March, April, and May. And due to an average mountain snowpack, a negligible plains snowpack, and very dry soils over 90% of the basin, our flood risk for this spring, the next 90 days, is much reduced from normal. We are calling for minor to moderate flooding along the Little Sioux in Iowa. That's that red dot that kind of stands out there at the Iowa-Minnesota state border. But other than that, all of the anticipated flooding over the next 3 months is concentrated in the lower basin, which I call southeast Nebraska, eastern Kansas, and the state of Missouri. But this is very typical. Whether we have wet soils or not, thunderstorm activity drives spring flooding in the lower basin. Next slide, please. I did want to break out the lower 800 miles of the Missouri on a slide all of its own, and basically what we're calling for over the next 3 months is the chance of minor flooding from Rulo to the mouth, excepting the Kansas City Reach, of course. And so in summary, next slide, please, Justin. Flood risk for this spring is below normal for the Missouri River Basin. We did add a bit of mountain snow in February, and so now we're saying mountain snowpack is near average. We had been saying it's below. We've still got about 20% of the accumulating season left in the mountains, so we're getting a fairly good feel for what the mountain contributions will be for this year's runoff. Flooding due to mountain snowmelt is not expected. Plain snowpack, for all intents and purposes, is non-existent with the exception of eastern Nebraska and western Iowa, and we're losing much of that pack as we're speaking. The latest drought monitor, as Douglas said, puts about 90% of the basin in abnormally dry conditions or worse. Soils are cold, that's true, but they are not frozen in solid because the soil moisture isn't there to freeze in. And so we believe that frozen ground conditions will not play a factor in exacerbating the runoff in 2021. Thunderstorm activity typically drives the flooding in the lower basin, and so we are expecting episodic minor to moderate flooding this spring across eastern Kansas and Missouri, including the Missouri River. Going into March with ice is not a good thing, and we are. I am concerned with locations in the southern half of the basin that have the potential to see a quick March warm-up and March rain, either of which could give way to ice breakup jamming. So with that, that concludes my flood potential brief for the basin. Thank you, Justin.
So do we have any questions? I don't see anything on the chat. So thank you very much, Kevin and Doug. So the next presentation is a water management update by Kevin Grody. So Kevin, are you out there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, let's go to the next slide. So Kevin Lau kind of mentioned this already, but mountain snowpack, when we're looking at that for the Missouri Basin, it's really affecting Fort Peck and Garrison. And the blue indicates what's going on this year. The red is the 30-year average. And you can see that we're below average in both reaches, 92% and 92% in both reaches. And as Kevin mentioned, we're about 80% through that accumulation period, so we'll start seeing that melt off probably sometime in April. Next slide. So our runoff forecast for 2021 is 22.9 million acre feet. So if you go to the very far right, you can see it in red. You can see that it's below the median. The Q and the D are quartile and decile, 25%, 10%. So right now our forecast as of our February 1 forecast is somewhere between a lower quartile and a median runoff. Next slide. So if we break that forecast into months, you can see on the left side where it's January, the blue is what actually happened in January, and that's actually above average. As Doug Cluck mentioned, it was pretty warm in January, so we actually saw, instead of snow, we saw rain in lots of the basins, so we were above average as far as runoff goes. But if you work your way over from the left to the right, from February to December, and the yellow is what our forecast is. You add all those up, and it's 22.9. The red is the long-term average, and you can see we're forecasting below average runoff every month. February all the way through December. And Kevin Lau kind of mentioned that, and so did Doug. Dry soils, below average mountain snowpack, very little plain snowpack in the upper basin. That all just leads to a below average runoff year. Next slide. So system storage. We take all 6 projects, put them together, because we make some of our decisions based on how much water is in the entire system. You can see where we're at, 55.5. This is when I put the slides together a few days ago. We're actually below the annual flood control multiple use zone. That's where we like to be, that one that says 16%. Ideally, we're in that zone throughout the entire year. We're actually going to start this runoff year with a little bit into the carryover multiple use zone. Next slide. So the left-hand side, the black line, the 2020, that's what happened in this last year. You can see we started the year off right at the base of the annual flood control zone, and then as you see in March and April, plain snowpack was melting off, so we rose a little bit into there, and then into the annual flood control multiple use zone, and then we peaked in early July, and then we metered all that water out through the fall. And if you look where the 2 red lines and the blue line are now, you can see that's where we're at right now. We're actually a little bit below. The red dashed line on top is the upper basic or wetter than expected as of our February 1 monthly studies. The blue line is our most likely. We sometimes call it the basic. The green triangles are storage check dates, March 15th, July 1, and September 1. I'll talk a little bit more about those in a few later slides. And then the lower red dashed line is the lower basic or drier than expected. What I want to point out is if you take that blue line, or most likely, and you follow that all the way through, you can see that we're dipping below that annual flood control, that 56.1, somewhere between October and November, which right now then means that we would start next year off below the annual flood control multiple uses zone. I'll talk about the impacts of that in a couple more slides. So let's go to the next slide. So those zones are applicable for all of the projects. And when it comes to the storage in the system, it's not equal. The upper 3 are the big 3. About 90% of the total storage are in the Fort Peck, Garrison, and Oahe. And if we go into a drought situation, it's really those 3 that feel the impacts of the drought. The lower 3, Big Bend, Fort Randall, and Gavin's Point, are pretty much operated at the same levels throughout the drought. So it's those carryover multiple use zones in Fort Peck and Garrison and Oahe that really feel the impacts during long extended droughts. And you can see for all 3 of those projects, they're a little bit below the base of the annual flood control multiple use zone. Next slide. So just a few key points about what we're expecting ahead of us. First of all, the 2020 floodwaters were all evacuated as of December 21st, which means that we're starting off with, all of the flood control plus a little bit more available to us. Our winter release was 17,000, at least 17,000. That was based on the September 1, 2020 storage check. We did increase Gavins Point releases from 17,000 to 19,000 a couple weeks ago when that cold spell came in, and we just want to put a little bit more water in the river because we knew that all the tributaries would be freezing up. We are now at 17,000. We went back down on Tuesday. Right now, we are projecting that we will have full service navigation flow support for the first half, which would be from April 1 to July 1. Service level for the first half of the season is based on the March 15th system storage check, so it's what is actually in the system as of March 15th. But right now, all of our forecasts are indicating that it will be a full service for the first half. Service level for the second half of the season, so from July 1 to December 1, is based on the July 1 system storage check. And that also applies to the season length. And I'll talk a little bit more in a future other slides. But right now, as of our February 1 runoff forecast, and I just need to caution you, we update this on the beginning of each month. So February 1 forecast will be replaced with the March 1 forecast, which will be replaced with the April 1 forecast, so forth and so on. But right now, those studies on February 1 are indicating most likely, or our basic forecast, that we're going to have a full 8-month season. But if it's drier than expected, which would be that lower dashed red line I talked about, for the second half of the season, we might be somewhere between full service and minimum service, but we'd still have an 8-month season. And then our Gavins Point releases for this next winter is going to be based on the September 1 storage check. So let's go to the next slide. So for some of the other authorized purposes, hydropower, we're projecting right now the generation is going to be about 9.2 billion kilowatt hours. That's a little bit below average. For recreation, water supply, and irrigation, right now we're not anticipating any issues for this year. Usually access is the issue, and right now the reservoirs aren't that much lower than what they normally are. And then for next winter, based on the February 1 monthly studies, our Gavins Point winter releases would be close to that 17,000. And then fish and wildlife, this really is for the upper basin, for those folks that are interested in that. When we do go into a drier cycle, we do have to do some sort of this year it's you, next year it's the other one when it comes to Fort Peck, Garrison, and Oahe, because sometimes we can't get all three of them rising when the fish spawn is occurring, and so we sometimes have to sacrifice one for the betterment of two, and we take turns doing that between the three projects. And then we have the normal summer bird operations, which I think you're all familiar with. So let's go to the next slide. Our AOP was released in late December, as it always is. As I said, the runoff and the reservoir studies are updated at the beginning of each month. Since the flood of 2011, we've been having these monthly calls, and Doug Cluck and Kevin Lau are part of those calls. I think some of you probably are participating in these calls. They start in January, end in either June or July. The next call is March 4th. Public meetings, we have spring and fall public meetings. And again, these are going to be virtual. We're hoping that in the fall we'll be able to do face-to-face meetings. And then the start of the 2021 navigation season is April 1 at the mouth, which means that we'll start increasing releases if we need to out of Gavins Point, around March 20th or so. Next slide. So this information comes straight out of our master manual. And so these are what we sometimes call rule curves. And we talk about those system storage checks. And just to give you an idea, I'm sure all of you have a master manual printed out, 3 or 4 copies probably each, somewhere scattered around your house in your personal libraries. But if you really are looking for them, it's on our website, several places. But in Table 7-2, it really indicates that's how we decide for the first half of the season. Right now, our latest forecast, it says March 15th of 56.5. We just updated that yesterday, and now we're expecting it to be closer to 56.1 on March 15th. But if you look at Table 7-2, you'll see that as long as it's 54.5 or higher, then we'll have full service. And then if you go down a little bit further in that table, Table 7-2, you can see on the July 1 storage check, if it's 57.0 or higher, then it's full service for the second half. And right now in green, that's what our February 1 monthly study is showing is about 59.0. But if it's drier than expected, our monthly studies are showing somewhere around 54.1. So that's where that would be that intermediate service, because it's between 57.0 and 50.5. It's kind of a straight line interpolation for that 6,000 CFS difference between full and minimum. And then when it goes to how long is the season length, another rule curve, Table 7-3, that shows if we're 31 or below on March 15th, we don't have a navigation season. And 2007, we were getting close. 33.9 was the lowest we've ever been, and that was in 2007. So if that last drought would have gone another year, we likely would not have had a navigation season, but that just didn't happen. But you can see on July 1 the criteria as to how long or if we're going to shorten the navigation season. That's the criteria there. And then if you look way, way, way out into the future, which I have to caution you, this forecast is going to change every month. But our February 1 runoff forecast and monthly studies are indicating that this time next year, we are looking at 54.7. So if you go back up to Table 7-2, that would indicate we're pretty darn close to something less than full service for the 2022 runoff season. But that's 13 months from now, so I caution you, a lot can change in 13 months. So next slide. So we just want to put a plug in for our website. Everything I talked about, the master manual, our runoff studies, our monthly studies, our reservoir studies, our forecast, all of it is on our website. I apologize for those folks who have difficulty finding things on our website because there's an awful lot of stuff on there. But you can always pick up the phone and call us, and we'll try to guide you through that. But we try to put as much stuff in as possible. And one of the things that we've been putting on there for the last couple of years, it's under weekly update over on the left-hand side. Next slide. And we've gotten a lot of feedback that folks find this valuable. We put this out every Tuesday, just one page. You can print it off, take it to your whatever meeting you're going to. But we try to capture what's going on in the basin and with our system releases and our plans, at least for the next week or two. And again, this is updated usually every Tuesday. That's all I have.
Does anybody have any questions for Kevin? I don't see any in the chat box, so we'll move on. Thank you very much, Kevin. So the next thing on the agenda is for both the OPMs, and project managers, to give their updates. And so we'll start with Dave Subcheck from the Omaha District. You out there, Dave?
Stu, do you hear me?
Yep, there you are.
There I am. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Dave Subcheck. Justin, you can hit the next slide right away. Quick highlights, 2020 Omaha District highlights. This first bullet says we did receive additional funds, as everybody knows. It should actually be 2019, 2020, and again here this year. That larger slug of supplemental funds actually came in late in 2019. But in 2020, we did have a full workload by our project office. We placed a record amount of rock, really. We typically budget for around 25 to 30,000 ton a year placement, and I'll go into a little more detail there. I'll talk a little about the channel reconnaissance that we've done and some of the hot areas we've been tracking. I want to highlight some of the work our contractors have placed. I've got some pretty good aerial photos kind of showing the progress been made down there. I'll talk a little about the O&M contracts that were also awarded and in progress of being placed, and also talk a little about some of the stuff coming up here this year yet with some of the additional funds we have. I also want to highlight, I have a few pictures in here of some of the commercial shipping season, and I know Nate earlier today talked about the new Port of Blencoe, and I think there's maybe one picture in there, but I'll just glance by it real quick. Like I said, we're also preparing right now the 2021 contractor packages to be advertised this year. As Colonel Himes mentioned earlier today, and I think it's to nobody's surprise, we've got an enormous amount yet of repair volume we have to address, and our funding, although it's pretty significant, it really doesn't address all of our highest priority needs. We still have insufficient to repair everything that we have, and I do want to give a shout out to our engineering folks, Dan Perdall and his team. Just as Kansas City's been working very hard at identifying and prioritizing, they've worked extremely hard over the last few years on being able to be pretty responsive to both any kind of requests for surveys and also helping to reprioritize our efforts and target into those areas that are high priority, so we can stay ahead of any kind of potential situations. So with that, Justin, go ahead and hit the next slide. So here's a quick summary I put up every year showing our budgets. This shows the last 6 years, I guess, including this year. And you can see pretty much 16 to 18 was pretty steady, and you can see some of the additional funding we had for the repairs in 19, a little bit more in 20, and then some here this year in 21. Next slide. Just to kind of highlight our in-house crew, our capability of our fleet crew, we've placed about 28,000 ton this last year, primarily above Omaha from river mile 623 up to Decatur area at 687. We show about 28,000 ton. We actually salvaged quite a bit of rock there in that location as well, probably around 5,000. So that total is probably closer to 50,000 or more. But later in the year, we also, once we got that channel above Omaha in what I would say a minimally stable condition, or felt a little more comfortable, we did help Kansas City District a bit in their northern area, their AOR, and placed around 14,000 ton above river mile 474. We also spent considerable amount of time having to go back several times, I guess, on a project we had to train the river flows back of the Platte River back into their historic confluence and try to stay ahead of any potential problems that would have created. But in-house wise, we did place around 5,000 additional tons in that area just to try to bolster up that repair and as that was trying to stabilize and equalize. We'll go ahead, Justin. A little more detail on the Platte River right bank repair. I talked a little about this last year. This photograph on the right is actually about a little over a mile upstream of the confluence, and you can see the Platte River flowing at the top from the left to the right in that photo. The breach is in that right descending bank, and it came straight down and through essentially the low-lying areas of the city of Plattsmouth, and was trying to carve out a new confluence about 3 miles downstream of its existing confluence. So back about this time last year, we were finishing up the initial closure of that breach. We had a contract, a land-based contract to close up the breach, and like I mentioned earlier, since that contract was closed, we experienced numerous problems with some of the deepening of the channel, and the velocities right in front of that closure just became extremely problematic for us, and we had to go back numerous times to put various additional structures and make other remediations. Justin, go ahead and hit the next slide. I have a few photos of those. And what you see in the lower left hand there, that's our floating plant. Actually coming up the Platte River, I don't know if that's really ever been done with a floating plant like this before, but we took it up there when the water was still a little high on the Platte, just to remove some of the buried structures that were really exacerbating some of this problem we was having and losing a considerable amount of material over this breach closure. And then you see just various stages of completions at different times and different extensions out of some groins that we had to extend out to kick that channel out and eventually get that breach stable. So I just wanted to share that with everybody. Go ahead, Justin. Here's a couple snapshots late last season for our work down at Tarkio Bend. Next slide. Here's some aerial views from some of our contracted repairs. This is down around the Droyne Bend area, which you can see in the upper right photograph is some work that they completed right around the nose of the island there going into the chute. Right below that is looking upstream of there, and you can see the considerable amount of work both in the lower control structure as well as some of the revetments and all the work that was done there. And off to the upper left, that's a little bit downstream of that location, but what you see there are a couple of, well, you see three dikes coming out, and of course an incredible amount of widening there. The lowest dike is a pretty good indication of kind of how we were selectively or prioritizing our repairs. The upper two, of course, were freshly repaired. You can see some of their positive effect on the channel. That lower one is actually, we're considering like a priority 2. So even though you don't see essentially any rock on that thing right now, it's indicative of some of the things that we've had to kind of defer and hope to pick up here in one of these upcoming years. Next slide, Justin. Here's a snapshot of that same area, larger scale. I think this is maybe 7 miles around that bend, and you can see Droyne Bend right on the top of the slide, cutting across there, and it's not quite the same scale. Hopefully it comes through and folks can read that. But it just kind of, we picked out this slide just to give everybody a flavor of what we have completed, which is in green. That's the contracted work that was completed last year. There's a purple shade in there, and that's work that's currently on the current contract that is that's underway, going to be hopefully completed this year. What you see in red then is our priority 1 that we are hoping to get in a contract to be advertised later on this year. And then, of course, our orange, which I don't see a whole lot of necessarily in this bend, and a little bit of yellow, those would be what we're calling priority 2 and priority 3 repairs. So, quite a bit of damage, and just like Kansas City has said several times, it's widespread. It's not really isolated to anywhere. So we're having to prioritize over very big areas. Next slide, Justin. Here's a aerial view from our contractor that was down there at Kansas Bend. This is looking downstream of the chute, and you can see quite a bit of the rock that was placed last year. Both here and Droyne are some areas of concern that have been reported by the Navigators coming up through those bends, and no doubt, this work was completed fairly early on in the season, and had these measures not been in place, I think we very well could have seen some real issues in these bends. But this here is at the mouth of Kansas Bend chute. Next slide. And here's a similar kind of snapshot of the bend again. You can see both Kansas kind of in the middle of the picture, and then slightly below that in the lower right-hand corner, there's another chute, Nishnabatna Bend, and you can see again, the work that was completed in green, and pretty much the only stuff there you can see is what was actually done in that previous photograph. So that kind of also gives you a scale of the damage versus what was completed. But we do have quite a bit of work in red projected to go on a contract yet this year, and quite a bit of work here yet scheduled to be completed under contract that's shown there in purple. Quite a bit within the chutes, both at Kansas and Nishnabatna. And that's probably all. Go ahead, Justin. As far as the channel recon mission, this year was fairly limited on our standard recon runs, mainly due to high river flows, but we did complete several site-specific trips to get some kind of real-time information on how these repairs were reacting and how some concerns raised by both Casey and Steve and some of the other navigators coming up. Here's the locations primarily were centered around Upper Hamburg, Kansas Bend, Nishnabatna Bend, and Deroyne Bend. I also want to mention we did complete a full low water reconnaissance again this year. It was much better than last few years. Last year we had to supplement that with a lot of aerial surveys and bathymetric information. This year we were fortunate in that we were able to rely much more on the actual physical observations and get a much better, estimate on the total damage. Turns out it didn't vary a tremendous amount in terms of total quantity of damage based on what we estimated last year, which was a little above 1.5 million tons. I think we're now around 1.7 million tons total damage, but there is a pronounced shift from what we were calling, say, priority 2 or priority 3 into priority 1, mainly because as those structures remain low, they're obviously subject to accelerated deterioration and they don't fix themselves, so obviously they would eventually take on a higher priority. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we do have quite a bit of priority 1 funding for roughly about half of what we have identified right now. Next slide, Justin. Here's a few photographs. The next few slides are mainly just kind of traffic. I think this is over at the Port of Blencoe, and Nate's presentation this morning had a lot better pictures. Very excited about that coming online. Next one, Justin. And you can just flip through the next 2 or 3 here. It's pretty self-explanatory. There's Blair and Nebraska City. White Wing loading on some stuff last July. Go ahead. Here's the Angman unloading cement at the Omaha dock. So, as mentioned several times now, there is obviously some increased traffic. There is some increased need to try to keep this channel as reliable as possible, and we do have some challenges with some of the constraints we have both on material sources and funding available. So we are trying to prioritize that. In summary, though, from the 2020 work, it's kind of summarized here. Total work from our contractors, they've placed about 110,000 tons. As I mentioned before, most of that was in the lower part of the river around Kansas, Deroyne, and the lower 20 miles or so. We did award 4 new contracts, 2 of them what we're calling BSMP North and BSMP South. All that work, contracted work, is below Omaha, and it has about 250,000 tons of placement on those contracts. Work had started on the south one prior to the flow season being suspended, and it's going to be resuming again here shortly. Work is scheduled to start terrestrially on the north one here in just a week or so with some of the structures that are accessible down around the Plattsmouth area. And then we also awarded 2 contracts, what we're calling Missouri River Recovery Project north and south, and we've kind of grouped several different chute locations in those. On the north one, that's primarily Council Bend chute. That one actually has had, and it's actively being placed right now, and we're hoping that'll be wrapping up here shortly in the next few weeks. And then we also have what we're calling the MRRP South contract, and that is comprised of a number of the bends there right around, or a number of the chutes that are right around Nebraska City. Work has not begun on that yet. Next slide, Justin. As far as work plan for 21, I had mentioned that our high priority level of repair is substantial. It's greater than 700,000 tons. And again, that's based on best available information. It's a moving target. I think as time goes by, and we can expect that number to increase, but hopefully our repair effort stays slightly ahead of that, and the net effect is an overall decrease in the long term. But it's going to take some time. The repairs again are beyond our resource capabilities, and therefore, as I mentioned several times, we have to prioritize those based on risk. As far as our project office and our in-house crews, what we're targeting to do is the same thing as we did last year, was focus most of that work above Omaha. And we're budgeting or shooting for another 30,000 to 40,000 tons of rock placed. And also, I do want to mention one more time, we are going to be placing, or work is continuing on the 2020 contracts, and we got more contracts coming out. Justin, next slide. Oh, go back one. There you go. I wanted to give just kind of a rough breakdown on exactly how all the risk, I guess, or where our priority repairs lie. So Nebraska City is around River Mile 563, and you can see that's really where most of those priority one, the total tonnages of deficiency is identified. That and south would be what we're calling our current BSMP South contract. These do not include the quantity that's on those contracts right now. So this is only representative of those things right now, currently not under schedule to be repaired. So it's quite substantial yet. And then, of course, we have some fair amount of damage, a pretty good amount of damage above Nebraska City, extending to Omaha, which there is around 616 River Mile. There's a couple big areas, primarily those areas below 680, which would be around the Port of Blenco and further down, where that's where our crew will be working on primarily. And if you look at that, if you add up all the red, it's roughly around 60,000 ton. Hopefully we can get somewhere close to the 40,000 ton. And I know, as Colonel Hines mentioned earlier, we will be maintaining very frequent contact with Kansas City District as we normally do, and seeing if we happen to get that area in a good enough shape, perhaps there's other high priorities areas at that time we could look at possibly providing support for. Next slide. So in 2021, again, funding levels are always subject to change, and we are changing some of our priorities around to try to fit the best mechanism. I guess we're looking to see what we can mod on the existing contracts, what's manageable in the next contract, and so forth. But we do anticipate at least 2 large contract awards this year. We're shooting for a BSMP package, most likely just one package going from Rulo up to Omaha, and that'll be around 200,000 tons, give or take. And one fairly large MRRP contract, and that may pick up some of the historic offenders, but also some areas down around, say, Rush Bottoms and Langdon Bend, but primarily in the lower part of our district. Next slide. Yes, with that, that's what I have today, and if there are any questions, Justin, I'll take them.
I don't see any questions in the chat box right now. Any questions for Dave? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Dave. Next on the agenda is Jay Rudy.
Thanks, Stu. Next slide, Justin. I'm going to talk real quick today, like I do most years, about budget, a quick maintenance update, and a little bit about channel recon and inspection. I'll try not to repeat too much of the stuff you've already heard. Our guys have done a lot of good work out of river engineering, and you've heard a lot about that as well as the AIS, so I'll try not to repeat too much of that. Next, Justin. So kind of like Dave, here's kind of a quick update of where the funding is. So I only went through FY21 this year just because we've got the slug of money coming in for the BSMP, which is what the FY21 WP, which is work plan. For the BSMP, that's going to be about $42.5 million. That's going to go into a bunch of in-house work as well as a bunch of contracts. And then we have some money coming in that we're going to work on the MRP exclusive with. I put it CG because that's not actually O&M money this year. That's actually CG, which is construction general money. But it will go towards working areas that have been damaged at and around the chutes that we've got on the system. Next, Justin. So quick update from last year. As everybody knows, there were a lot of challenges, midsummer all the way through the end of the year. There were 21 different AOCs identified. I have 5 listed as frequent. What I did was I went in, I looked at all of the area of concerns we've got, and I looked at all of the surveys we did. And the ones that we were most frequently at that came up in that group last year were 90, 131, 180, 217, and 282. We started the year ending 2019 and 2020 working up at 217, which is a Lisbon chute. We did a lot of work both on that flow control structure and making the head end of that island stable. We did a lot of work with contractors at 282 last year and tried to make that a more stable location. That's the image you see on the screen. This is an image right out of the map tool that River Engineering did. So we actually did a lot of work on that revetment at the top end of the flow control structure. Right now our guys are working at the 2 dikes that are behind that flow control structure, working on that. Maintenance efforts from last year, we had a lot of contractors out working. We had a number of task orders going on. WALS was working, Newton Marine was working, and they worked on their task orders in and around both these areas, Jameson Island and some of the other ones. We had the Mississippi River folks from Rock Island come in. They did a lot of work around River Mile 90 and helped us considerably there. We had the folks from ERDA come in and helped us with a hydro dredge and to see how that would work and how that affected things. They actually worked that also at 282 to see what kind of effort was going on there and how that would be effective. Saw some results. I don't know that they were conclusive by any stretch of the imagination. We were working the revetment at the same time. We also did something a little different at 282 last year. We actually supported one of our contractors to try to make them more efficient by actually hauling rock for them so that they could just more concentrate on putting rock in. And then we had a whole bunch of survey support last year, whether it was from from the Rock Island folks or our guys just working lots and lots of hours doing surveys for all those AOCs and getting stuff laid out for contractors and supporting in general wherever we could have them go. Next slide, Justin. So 2021, got ice up there to start with. That was a little unexpected. I've seen ice on the river before, haven't seen it jam up like it did this year. That's going to change our posture a little bit in my office coming out of out of the winter. So here really soon, probably starting Monday, we're going to go and we're actually going to do a channel recon, the more traditional version that we've always done, not the variety that we talked about earlier. We're investigating to see if it works. But we're going to channel recon a little bit below and all the way up through where the ice was to see what effects that might have had. There's video and reports of at the lower end of the bridges, because there were actually 4 ice bridges on the river at one point in time, where the water flowing underneath could be seen moving sand. So we know it may have had an effect, and not 100% sure what that effect is on the channel. We also know that they caused some water to back up a little bit and raise stages, so we're going to see if that had an impact there as well. As the channel recon guys go by, if they see anything that is significant or unusual, we'll follow them up with the bathymetric team and do surveys and get those out to everybody. So that's why I've got ice in there as the first thing, because the ice had that impact on what we're going to do. And then we're putting our plan together to immediately start going after the work. We still have contractors working. They did take a pause for the ice, but WA also is working on their existing NATOC, the 240-mile area, working downstream. Newton Marine is working in the 100-mile reach, trying to finish up their existing task order. We're working on getting them a modification to keep them in the district, continue to place rock. Then we've got a number of new contracts coming up. We've got an invitation for bid, which is going to be a large contract going out for, I believe it's going to be unrestricted, and its base is about $20 million, $25 million, and has options to go through $50 million just to do general maintenance on dikes and revetments. And the general focus for that's going to be the lower end of the river, which is, let's say, Kansas City down. We're going to issue some more, at least another existing contract for our existing NATOC pool. That should complete the capacity for that NATOC. But they'll be coming out and working that as well. That contract action's going on and should be awarded, I would think, early to late April. And then later in the year, we're going to actually stand up a new NATOC, and we're going to issue a couple task orders on that, and they'll be focused specifically on doing work in the high priority chutes, which are Cranberry, which once again is the image you see, and the image this time is the full plan for that bend or that AOC. And we sent those out also to industry to look at and make sure we're hitting the target right. But Cranberry Bend, Tadpole Bend, and Core Island, we're making sure we have a plan in place and how to execute dredging as quickly as we can. We're working with our contracting folks to see what the quickest vehicle to get contractors in is. Also, if we need to get the hydrodynamic dredge back in from Erdic, what is the best way to man that? And to start the season, we're working on bringing in, as those contracts are getting put in place, we're going to bring in as many floating plants from other districts as we can. We've got a commitment out of Rock Island to come help. We're working on timing for that, but hopefully it's going to be on or about the 1st of April. St. Louis has said they could help. And it looks like Huntington's going to come in and try to provide some help. Although that support may look a little untraditional, they don't have a really big dike and revetment program or rock placement program. But it looks like we may be able to use some of their floating plant to help either move barges or hold stuff in place while we place rock, and possibly us providing extra staff so we can provide more hours and not wear our staffs out. Survey support's kind of the same thing. They're going to do layouts, bathymetric, navigation support. We're looking for more support outside of the district, and there's all kinds of support that we've been offered. So you may be seeing some other folks out there, whether it's from Memphis District or Rock Island or wherever. But lots of those folks, saying they've got 30 days here or 30 days there that we're gonna put in place and go out and help support all the navigators and the contractors getting stuff put in place. Next, Justin. Back up one. So channel recon real quick. I said we're going to do a localized one to review the ice impact here in the next week. Then we'll have our normal full river one from the 15th to 24th of March. It will concentrate on existing AOCs both ones that have been identified by River Engineering when they did their review, as well as the ones the contractors have. Our POC for that is Robert Martin's. So if you have any other areas, or you think that we're missing some areas of concern, or you found some new ones, by all means let him know. Structure inspection, they got it completed. The ArcGIS tool's out there. There's the actual link to that. We'll get that put up on our Facebook page, as well as on the Missouri River Navigation Kansas City District webpage, so it's out there. And then we'll continue to do localized inspections, whether it's with the survey teams or with the River Engineering, as we go throughout the year, both based on what work we're getting done with maintenance, as well as with the area of concerns that are identified in the future. Additionally, we just need to remind everybody that we've got a lot of work to do. You've heard that already, and a lot of it's been identified, and we're going to attack it as best we can and be as strategic as we can. So if we have a little bit of high water this spring, we'll tend to attack those types of things that are high water-based work. As water becomes lower, we'll attack the lower water-based work, so we can get as much of it done as we possibly can. We've also identified things that can be done by land. So we'll see that stuff done out. That's to some extent going to be mostly by contractors, and those are right now targeted at the three shoots that I talked about. But we'll be doing all that stuff as a continuous effort to make sure we're watching what's going on with the structures throughout the year. Next slide, Justin. That's all I've got. That is a relatively current photo. That was middle of or late last week at Glasgow, Missouri, as the ice was beginning to stack up at one of our ice bridges. I asked one of the guys that was out there roughly how thick is some of that ice, and they said, depending on the piece you pick, it's somewhere between 9 and 14 inches. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
All right, I don't see any questions in the chat box. So that concludes the regular presentations. Before Colonel Hannon gives his final closing remarks, I just want to say thank you for everybody. It looks like we had a lot of folks hang in for quite some time today. Hopefully this went in a fashion that was supportive of the entire mission of trying to get navigation industry and us all pulling together. And look forward to any comments that anybody might have. I do believe Justin's going to get I think I've seen some different messages on the chat about getting some of the information out, and Justin will get that out to everyone. And so does anybody have any closing questions or anything before we turn it over to Colonel Hannon for some closing remarks?
Yes, this is Joe Gibbs. I have some questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I noticed that on some of the slides there was particularly those that Mike Chapman gave out, there was a dimension about how low the dikes were below design grade. I was wondering if all of the dikes and all of the structures were put back to their original design heights, would there be any need for any dredging? In other words, the natural current would be, getting the sand where it was designed to go. That's my first question.
Well, obviously, if we return all the structures to their design criteria, we think that would greatly minimize the need for dredging, but not completely eliminate it. The river's just too unpredictable to categorically say that it would completely eliminate the need for dredging.
I have another question. It deals with a comment that I heard about ton miles. I think this was back when the tow operators were talking, and that in terms of a moderately used stream as opposed to light use or heavy use, is there a provision for a certain ton miles per month, or is that ton miles per year? it seems like to me if you had a high usage on a river that's open 8 months out of the year, you would be justified in, upgrading, or that stream would have a higher classification than if the ton miles were, say, for 12 months as opposed to 8 months. But I was wondering how you rate a channel in terms of light use, heavy use, and so on. Is it by month or is it by year?
It's by year. It's the annual ton miles.
I see. What would be the ton miles per month when the river is being used? Because I know the Mississippi is open longer than the Missouri River, I think.
I mean, we could calculate hours, but what the question was is from a budgetary perspective, and the budgetary, when we put budget packages in, our project, the Missouri River BSNP, is got a statistic in there on how many ton miles were in the last year prior to the last data set prior to the budget year that's being submitted, and that's already in the system.
Right, I understand, but I'm, in the future, because it seemed like a ton miles on Missouri River would be higher if it was rated per month rather than by the year. Change it.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, but right now we agree. It would certainly benefit us if we could do that, but I've not heard of that being proposed anywhere, but we could certainly have a discussion. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. All right, with no other comments, I'll turn it over to Colonel Hannon for some closing remarks.
Yeah, I just want to say again, kind of how I opened, thanks for the outstanding partnership. I'm really proud of this channel. Like I said, it is an engineering marvel that took a lot of years and a lot of work to get where we are today. So we need to continue that effort to keep this channel open and support industry. That's why it exists, is to support navigation. So we're going to do our best and continue to keep our feet on the gas pedal to kind of work on this channel. Number one, to get it open, and then really looking into the future is what I'm optimistic about, to figure out how to make it better. Just like when we saw Cheryl from MDOT there talk about some of the potential. We saw all the ports opening up. There's a ton of value to the nation in the Missouri River, and we just got to do our best to get there. So I'm very optimistic and look forward to that. So thanks again for everybody participating. I really appreciate your support. I will pause here. I know she's in and out, but I want to check and see if Miss Coffey's still on the line. I'd see if she has any closing remarks as well. Okay. Yeah, I think she had to drop off. But hey, appreciate everybody. Thanks. Have a great rest of the day and rest of the week. Thank you.
And if anybody has any comments to the process or the procedure here, it's a little bit different, but certainly give us any comments that you might have as far as how we went about doing this. Hopefully we don't have to do it again this way next year, but we wouldn't mind hearing some feedback. If you do have that, please send it in to Justin. Thank you.
Is this available online somewhere, this meeting?
It is being recorded. I'm going to try to figure out how. I will certainly share the PowerPoint presentations. I'll PDF those and send them out. I'll do that along with the link to the web map and also those design plans we've been referring to. And now I imagine that recorded file is probably going to be too big for me to email, but I'll try to figure out where we can share that so people can have access to it.
Yeah, we had a lot of figures thrown at us. Somebody might be interested. Thank you.
Sure.
Stu, this is Richard Grenville with Port KC. As Port KC has gone forward with moving freight on the river, I would like to take this time to really thank Colonel Bill Hannon for his efforts, not only since he's been here, but especially last year. I think he went over and above what anybody expected. And kudos to you, Colonel Hammond. You're a fine man, and hopefully we'll see a general star on that uniform after a while.
Well, that'd be asking a lot, but no, thanks, Richard, for that. I love it. I love serving this area, the heartland, so I'm all in, and I just appreciate everybody's partnership. I really, truly do. Thanks for those comments.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone, and this will close out the F21 Navigators meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That went down.
Not having it live does make it, I know it's afternoon. Not get that interaction. I get 3-4 hours.
Oh, yeah. People are done, yeah. No, good job, everybody. It went well.
Am I late? Am I late?